Okay, let's go ahead and hopefully my lag isn't so bad like last time. Dig. Whence cometh thou this echo? Yeah. All right, let me get him something to watch. Coming down this echo. It's coming down this echo. Come on, Swazi. Oh, come on, Swazi. Come on. There you are. You might be sleepy. Come on. Got it. Got it. Okay, where is your water bottle? That's the thing, you dig? You got an actual water bottle. Really? Okay. Let me set my station up, you dig? Right. Where's his iPad? Get his cartoons for him. Peace, Keenan, decent. Peace. Matter of fact, let me show y'all some of my chess starting material. You know, I've never done that before on a live. All right. Let me see what I can do for you guys right now. What can I show you guys? Okay, so somebody, I think it was decent, somebody said something about online lessons. So let me show you this. I got ADD. I was looking for the iPad. I was looking for the iPad and I lost thought. Lost thought what I was getting it for. But let Let me just see if I can find one of my videos. The let's see. Fine. Okay, so that's not it. Where would I have put it? Where would I have put it? Let's see. Okay, I found it. All right, all right. All right, so let me close this one out. Just share screen out real fast. Let me do this. All right, so this is an example of how the online lessons go. You see this guy right here? He's at his home and he's in a chess session at his home. Big. Okay, go ahead. Yeah. So the only thing about home chess is that these guys can be easily, if they're not disciplined, like studious kids, they are easily distracted in their own house because all of their toys and games and all of their distractions that they could ever have in life is at their disposal, you dig? So they gotta be very disciplined to not want to go and grab one of the distractions. That's the downside of online classes with anybody. Hold on, wait a minute. Okay, it moved. Okay, you got it. So that's him moving my screen. This is why I also now they say StreamYard can do this, but I guarantee if StreamYard can do this, it's going to be a paid version of StreamYard. Ain't gonna be no free shit for y'all broke niggas. But he's able to control my screen. So this is my screen I'm showing, and he's able to move the pieces from my screen. This is called remote control or Zoom. Just click the knight. Just click the knight. Click the knight. So I gave him the answer. I said, just take the knight. Take the knight. I'm like, God damn, dude, what are you doing? You got to win knights here. Okay. So let me just go somewhere else. Dinakar, was a little distracted. All right. Let me do this one. I want it. Okay. So here's another one. This is Myra. This is Myra. So this was one of her, I think this probably was her first class or second class. So she's learning how the pieces move. So if you want your kid or yourself or a loved one to learn how the pieces move individually, you want to go to leadchess.org right here. This is a quick way anybody can learn how to play, how to move the pieces very. Okay, if you go right there, the pink rectangle, if you go there, you'll learn how to move most of the pieces immediately in one day. In less than a day, less than hours, you will learn how to move most of the chess pieces. If you go to leadchess.org and then you click right here, oh, shit, come on. Go to leadchess.org. And then if you click this learn button right here, okay, and then select beginners, you'll see the chess pieces here. The rook, the bishop, the queen. And the one that's highlighted blue is what we're learning. So she's learning the rook. That's the first one. That's this one. Okay. So the rook, leadchess.org, hit learn, go to beginners, go to chess pieces. And you'll see this how you use. So it's going to teach you how to use the chess pieces individually. Most people that know how to play chess, when they try to teach their loved ones how to play chess, they're always wrong because they try to teach them all the pieces at once, which is retarded. This ain't checkers where they all move the same way. They move differently, and most importantly, they move differently from each other. So it's going to be that much harder to remember if you give them 5 chess pieces that move differently from each other all at once. They'll never remember. It'll take them. You'll set them back a whole month or two. So you got to teach them individual skills. Basketball. You're either going to teach a kid how to dribble or shoot. Can't do both. How about this? You're going to teach a kid how to dribble, pass, or shoot. Can't do all three. A week lesson got to, or 2-day lesson got to be shooting, 2-day lesson got to be dribbling, 2-day lesson got to be passing. You'll be a fool to try to teach your kid or somebody how to pass, dribble, and shoot in one class. Okay. They're going to be terrible at all three. Okay. So when it comes to Kyrie, do you think Kyrie, when it comes to Rondo, and when it comes to Stephen Curry, do you think Rondo was focused on passing growing up, shooting, or dribbling? Of course, it'd be passing. You think Kyrie is focused on dribbling growing up, passing, or shooting? Of course, it'd be dribbling. Stephen Curry, do you think he favored passing, shooting, or dribbling growing up? Of course, it'd be shooting. Kyrie focused on shooting. You could tell by his game. Kyrie focused on dribble, and then later did the other two. And then Rondo focused on passing. Passing was more important to Rondo than having Kyrie handles or a Stephen Curry shot. So anyway, that's how chess is. You gotta give them individual skills. And then so in basketball, it's probably the best way to explain this. Shooting, dribbling, passing are individual lessons, and then footwork, all that stuff is all. And then what you do is you will have them combine it all in a practice game, like a practice scenario. Same thing with chess. You learn these different pieces individually, and then learn how to combine them as one force in an actual game. And then the strategies comes last. Okay. So anyway, that's what she was learning. Okay. Where's the play button? Oh, there we go.
Whoa, oops. Okay, here you go.
There we go. So you go to learn. If you want your kids to learn how the chess pieces move, or yourself or anybody, you go to leadchess.org, you highlight learn, and you go to chess basics. Okay. You got practice, you got chord, you got other things there. But you go to chess basics.
Myra, why do they call you Schmyra? Are you always smiling?
So that's just me being who I am. This is why I am the person who I am. This is why I'm good with kids. Okay. And I can be funny without being a fool. Okay, let me show you somebody being funny but being the fool. And I ain't knocking him. He's successful. Okay, I ain't knocking him. He's successful, but I can never do this. I can never do this. I just like the modern Pee Wee Herman. I can never do this. So he obviously got a show for kids, right? He got a lot of subscribers, but I can't do this. So much to learn about. It'll make you want to shout. 9.9, almost 10 million subscribers. I mean, yeah. Who was that? Kendrick Lamar got 10 million subscribers. He got just as much subscribers as Kendrick Lamar.
Woo! Hey, it's me, Buddy. And today we're at LOL Kids Club in Las Vegas, Nevada.
See, I don't got to do that to get kids to laugh and like me. And I'm not knocking him. That's his personality, probably growing up. But to me, that's like creepy. That's like kind of creepy. And some of these, not him, But people act like this guy to get kids to like them be the guys who be on that pedo list. You dig? I can't do that. I naturally just can make kids feel good, funny, and have a good time without that. Okay. So I just say, why they call her name is Myra. I say, why they call you Schmyra? You know, the Bobby Schmurder, Schmoney. You dig?
Why they call you Smira? Cause you always smiling.
I don't know.
Okay, they call you Smira. Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay, Snow. Snow means go.
It's not working.
Yes, it is. Click it. Yeah, click the rook first. Click the rook. Click that. You didn't click it. Go back.
I did.
Click it. Click that. Nope, no click. So look, when it clicks, it look like this. Look, when it clicks, it'll do that. It'll have all the dots.
Yeah, it's I think she's not able to do it for some reason. It's not working.
So wait, let me. No, you're on a laptop, right? So you should be able to do that. The iPad can be funny, but if you're on a laptop, it should be.
Okay, but anyway, that just a example of online chess. That's what I was saying. Depends on what device they have learning online chess or anything you got to interact. Any lesson you got to interact with an iPad, computer, laptop, phone. Okay, but I seen people on phones. It looks terrible. It was hard for them to learn. And I seen kids on certain phones, and that phone was just as good as a laptop. So I mean, they probably paid a pretty penny for that phone. That was just recently. Like she's like, yeah, my kid's on the phone because the laptop is updating. So I'm like, oh boy, here we go with this phone stuff. And that phone was immaculate. Like, God damn, that's a phone working with Zoom like that. Okay, so anyway, I was trying to find a second video. Let me see if I can find a second video. Let's see it. I don't see it. Don't see it. Oh, a diagonal left. I was trying to find a second. Oh, okay. Let me see. Hmm. All right. Let me go to the game. So that's how most kids, even in person, kids in person in class or online class, they all will learn how to move pieces the same exact way through leadchess.org. So online at your home, leadchess.org. In person in class, they'll be using my iPad, also moving in pieces on leadchess.org. So there's no way to get around that. They will be using leadchess.org. Okay. Okay, so let's get with the games. Oh boy, he's pooping. That means he's not gonna take a nap right now. Oh boy. I wonder if he does that on purpose. Okay, so this is actually a chess clock right here. I got it set at 15 minutes each person. So the way chess works is that all official games of chess will be timed. So if you ever played a game of chess and it was not timed, that was not an official game of chess. the time is used to add more pressure, just like basketball, football, soccer, tennis. There's a clock. So you're either going to beat the person, you know, with the score, or you're going to beat them with time or time plus score. So there's a clock. And the way the clock works is this. If my clock is on the bottom and you guys, the chat clock is up top, if I hit my clock, see, if I press my clock, your clock starts. If you press your clock, my clock starts. So you can't start your own clock. Why would you want to start your own clock? If your clock goes to zero, you lose. So you wouldn't want to start your own clock. So you need the other person to start your clock and you start the other person's clock. That's how it works. So whoever is white, they go first. So if I wanted Decent to move, I gotta hit my clock button, which starts his clock. I don't touch his clock. His clock is his clock. His chess pieces are his chess pieces, and mine are mine. So I don't touch his stuff. He don't touch my stuff. Okay. So if he's white and I need him to make a move, I got to hit my clock button, and that will start his clock. And his clock will spiral down to zero unless he stops his clock. And he can't start his clock, but he can stop his clock. But he can only stop his clock after he has completed his chess move. So you got to do a move first, and then he'll stop his clock by hitting his chess button. So let's say he made a move, he hit his button, and boom, his clock had just stopped and mine start. So once you stop your clock, it instantaneously starts my clock. Once I stop my clock, it simultaneously starts your clock. Okay, so that's how it works. That's the chess clock. And if you go to zero, you lose. No matter how bad you're losing on the chessboard, if your opponent clocks hit zero first, most of the times he's just going to lose. Okay, so as you can see, I only play 1 minute chess. 1 minute chess only. I ain't got time to be sitting here thinking for hours. My daughter's watches that cat. Yo, Keita, yeah. He said, my daughter watches Blippi. Oh, yeah. So, how old is your daughter, by the way, before I add to the conversation? So, Keena, he said, peace on this godly Sunday. Yeah, he said, my daughter watches that cat. Keena, how old is your daughter, by the way? How old is your daughter? So while you're doing that, I'm gonna hit this 1 minute clock. So anyway, so when Sinetta called me out for it, so I'm doing a French defense. I'm black at the bottom. I'm at the bottom playing. So I just did something called the exchange. Whatever. Okay. Now this pawn right here. Okay, so he's attacking my pawn. Okay, that was slick. 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 Okay. All right. So he beat me to a move, which is fine. He beat me to no, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. LOP. I'm attacking his rook. I'm attacking his rook. Now I'm attacking his queen. He lost his queen. He didn't see my queen protecting. All right, so this is a reasonable game. Okay, let me go there. I'm gonna take his rook next if you don't move it. Thank you. Yeah, this just check. Yeah, this game is over. This game was over before it started. Okay, so you guys can witness a checkmate. Checkmate. So that is a checkmate. You watch the Checkmate live. What the, what is this pop-ups like? I don't know when to start doing that. These are pop-ups. What happened during the match? What was that about? So as you can see on the right side, shows the time. I had 4.5 seconds left. This guy had 0.3. He had 3.5 seconds left, and you click the flag. It tells you where he's from. He's from Spain, and obviously at the bottom, my flag is American, United States. Okay, I forgot that the chat's gonna be a lag. I forgot. Safari, I don't know what's up. Safari. McKeenan, how old is your daughter that watches Blippi? All right. Let me sip my coffee before it gets too cold. Right. So it's my screen still sharing? Yeah, so it's checkmate because so checkmate does not mean the king gets captured. Checkmate just really means the king is just trapped. He has nowhere to go. So it's like you arrested him. He's arrested. You trapped him, and he's you caught him. You don't capture kings. You capture every other piece can be captured. A king cannot be captured. So that means whether you win or lose, your king will be there. That's not the same for any other chess piece. Okay. So the way I explain to the kids, the king is like your mother when you're playing freeze tag with your friends. Parents are never involved in these games. You don't tag them. They don't tag you. They just in the way sometimes. All right, so let's go. So now I'm doing the Queen's Gambit. So I start off the Queen. This is not Queen's Gambit just yet. Still not Queen's Gambit just yet. Come on, come on, come on. No, it's not Queen's Gambit. It was going to be Queen's Gambit. Check. Bye-bye, Rook. Thank you. Okay. Here, move. Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me, excuse me. Excuse me. Let me get that. Let me get that. You got it. You got it, boss. You got it. Thank you for the night. Check. I'll take the night. Thank you. That's mine. I'll take the bishop next. Thank you. Check. Excuse me. Check. Excuse me. Knight, stay right there. Knight, stay right there. Check. I messed up. I messed up. No problem. I'll take that. Knight, don't move. Don't move, Knight. Not gonna work. It's not going to work. Oh. Ah. Oh, I almost blew the game. Check. Check. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'll take that. Take that. Okay, let's go to the queen. Okay. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. Okay, lost. His time went out first. Okay. My name is 1010, and 10 wins. Okay, let's go. I don't got that lag. Now this is the Queen's Gambit. Now I made a couple of mistakes, but time was on my side. They almost cheated me, man. That lag was coming. This is called the French. What I'm doing now as black is called the French defense. I'm moving kind of bad, but I'm destroying these guys. I'm playing bad, I must admit, but I'm winning every game. Let me take some of this coffee. Yeah, I the whole time I thought I was talking to LJ on Facebook Messenger, and turn because his name was like kind of similar. Turned out I'm talking to a Hebrew Israelite who's trying to run some Cash App scam on me. Oh my god! And I sent him the Zoom thing and not LJ. That's funny. Wait till I show you. Yeah, I thought I was talking to LJ the whole time. I'm talking to an Israelite who's trying to scam me through Cash App. So I'm just waiting for LJ. So I'm gonna do a few more games. Wait for LJ to come through. So um, another one bites. Another one bites the dust. So you lost that game. I won by time. I won by 9/10 of a second. So it says searching for a 1 minute game. I only play 1 minute game. Chess, that means you got to be a super fast thinker. You got to be very decisive. Let's try the Queen's Gambit again. So this is called the Queen's Gambit. Like the movie you heard of. So this person is playing very aggressive for no reason. This person is playing very, very aggressive. This person, oh, thank you. Game's over. Game's over. Just that fast. All right, so let's get this game over. Thank you. This game is over. I'll take that. I'll take that. Yeah, whatever. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. I'll take that. I'll take that. That's free. This person quit. That's a lot of games in a row, by the way. So I had 25 seconds left. He had 37. He had 37 seconds left. He had way more time than me. The problem is he's not using his time constructively. He's just moving fast and less calculative, right? When you use your time, that means you're actually thinking and processing the moves. If you're just moving fast just to move fast, you're just moving without processing and calculating your moves. So that's why I destroyed him. And see at the bottom, it says 13 points. If you look at the bottom right, where it says my name, 1-0, the bottom right, it says 13 points. That means I'm up 13 points. Okay, let's keep going. So I'm trying, if I get to 1500, I'm gonna stop. I'm doing the Queen's Gambit again, but it's not the Queen's Gambit. It is now. So I'm doing the Queen's Gambit. So in my opinion, oh my God. Let's see. I want to handle this. I messed that up. I lost. Once I did it, I seen it. I lost. Yeah. Once I did it, I fell for the trap. Yep. Once I did it. Well, I ain't lose yet, but I'm down big. I'm down very, very big. Let me take that. I'm down very, very big. I'm down very, very big. At this point, I'm playing for a stalemate. All right, that was a quick L. Let me try to do a rematch. I made a dumb miscalculation on that game. It was a dumb miscalculation. But I'm up 30 more points. So for him, okay, so the way chess works is that when you do it, if you look at our ratings, okay, you're supposed to want to play people higher than yourself to get the best challenge. You don't really want to play anybody below your own rating. So most chess players, they look to play people higher than themselves. So for me to be 30 more points higher than this guy, which is like big, 30 points is big in chess. Okay, for me to be 30 more points and offer him a rematch, that's like Devin Haney, the champion, offering contender title fights. That's like unheard of. It's usually lower rated people offering higher rated people matches. So he was supposed to feel obligated, not obligated, but feel like honored that a higher rated player wants to play a lower rated player. He's supposed to take the rematch. I don't try to play anybody below my rating. Now, he's 1451, I'm 1480. I'm playing just for you guys to watch games, but normally because it's when you play lower rated people, it's really high risk, low reward. You don't win too many points. When you beat somebody lower than yourself, you don't win too many points. When you beat somebody higher than yourself, you win more points. So if I lose to, I just lost to him, it's going to take, for that one loss, it's going to take maybe two. I got to beat somebody my own level twice to equal that one loss. This is why people higher don't play people lower. Just if you actually lose, it's going to take too much to get back where you were. So people usually just don't play people, but that's, so he knew that was a gimmick. That's why he didn't want to play again. I just miscalculated. I overcalculated that situation that he put me in. Check. That was a nice move he just did. Nice move. Nice move. I'm not worried about that. Uh-oh. Thank you. Oh. Okay, so I won that trade. And I won that trade. Okay, whatever. Oh my, I messed up. That was a bad move. He didn't catch it. Whoa, he didn't catch it. Oh my God, he didn't catch it. That was, I know he's hot. This guy's really. I'm just messing up. These are all just bad moves by me. But he might have just helped me. I can win this game. I just gotta go fast. This is my game to win. Yeah, this game over. I stole that win. So now I got back to 14. It's all right. When you lose to a lower rated player, it takes so much to get back to where you were. So now I'm back at 1481. This is the French defense again. So when you see that it's in red, that's a pre-move. You see my answers in red, that means I'm pre-moving. A pre-move is when you move, when it's no longer your goal, you gotta wait. And we all go bouncing out the green, out of the rain. Boom, 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 boom. Let's go marching one by one around. I messed up again. You didn't see it. And now he's seen it, but it's a little too late. Thanks for the queen. This game's over. Yep, this game's over. This game's over. But why can't move? Boom, 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 boom. Let's go marching one by one around. It's going marching two by two around. Yeah, come on, man. This game's over. You wasting my time. Why waste my time? You know you're gonna be mine. You know you're gonna be mine. You know you're gonna be mine. Why waste my time? You know you're gonna be mine. You know you're gonna be mine. You know you're gonna be mine. Why waste my time? You know you're gonna be mine. Bye bye. That was an ass kicking. All right, so I'm at 1490. Now that guy was higher than me. See his rating? He's 1522. I'm 1481. That's the goal. The goal is to beat people higher than yourself. Not what advantage to you? What props do you get to beat your equal? It's when you beat somebody above your level, above yourself. Okay, that's why Mayweather fighting, he fought bigger guys. That's the what I mean, when Muhammad Ali fought bigger guys. It's about overcoming, David and Goliath type theory. You want to beat people above you. If you beat your equal, it's like it's 50-50. That's why when Hussein Bolt was racing and running track, he was always the villain. Like people wanted other people to beat him because they realized he was the dominant force. When it's LeBron James, he's the dominant force. People are rooting against him because they feel like he's beating people beneath him. They're not his equals. So they want a David and Goliath type of scenario where a smaller, weaker, inferior person can beat the giant. Because if LeBron dominates, if Wilt Chamberlain dominates, it's like, well, it's kind of expected. Like you're the Goliath. Shaq, it's kind of expected. That's why Mike, you think about Michael Jordan, that's why for so many different reasons he's called the GOAT. And that's one, because he played the David and Goliath. He was a smaller guy to dominate the giants. LeBron was actually a giant. Michael Jordan was not. He played amongst giants. LeBron was a giant. So it's expected for the Giants to win. Like the movie Troy. When he beat that giant up, you dig? That was more of a savoring win if the giant would have beat him up. So chess, the same mentality is there. You want to beat people above you, not people below you. So this guy is about 40 rating points higher than me, and I beat him. And believe me, when you're playing chess, I would say 25 and higher points than yourself is a David and Goliath type of win. So you can imagine if they're 100 or 200 points. That's why when people are above like 60 points than your rating, you normally not going to beat them because that's a lot. That's like Triple G fighting Earl. That's like Earl Spence fighting Triple G at Earl Spence current weight class, but he's fighting Triple G at 168 or at 160, either one. Just imagine Earl Spence make weight at 147, but he's fighting Triple G at 160 or 168. That's how it is in chess to play somebody 60 points above you. Like you're out of your weight class. All right, here we go. Next game. All right, so that was a quick win for me. He resigned so fast. Now he did a little trick on me, and this is how when they say chess, you when you even your losses is a learning lesson. So he did a slick little move on me, which it really look. I cannot get to 1500. It gave me to 1499. You dig? And I guarantee you, if I try to get to 1500 from this point on, I'll just get blown out. I'll just go backwards because the higher your level gets, you're going to play people even stronger than what you were just playing. So those people were 15, he's 15, 14, you seen 15, 22, you see 15, 18. Now watch, you're going to start seeing 15, 30, 15, 40, 15, 50, even 1600 going forward. So to get to 1500 is going to be even double hard now. Okay, so what I want to do right now is review that game, and because that was an interesting trick he put me in, and I'm not even sure. Like I only won because he messed up. He didn't. He left his queen there, and I took it, but he actually caught me with the trap. So what I'm going to do right now is try to figure out how to deal with that situation, that complex situation, a little better. Okay, than what I just solved it. It's a 1 minute game. You don't have much time to like really try to solve these traps that you're in.
Bring those dishes down.
So let's see. So let me recap that game and see what I could have done better. So if you look at the right side, it says D takes C5 is the last book move. This is the old Benoni defense opening. You played this opening 17 times with a 20% win rate. So when I capture that pawn, they said I almost always lose. So I have a 12% draw rate and a 59, 60, almost a 60% loss rate when I take that pawn. So maybe I gotta start taking that pawn. Okay, so it's questioning my bishop move, and I truly try to take the queen. That's why I did that. Okay, so that's the move I can't. It says this is an inaccuracy. This move doesn't hurt you much, but it doesn't help either. Okay, so I'm gonna stop doing that. And I did that to take their queen, because I'm hoping that they don't see it. So now I see why I messed up. All right, so I can't do that move anymore, and that's how I don't fall for the trap. So now I actually see how I fall for the trap after that move, because his next move was Queen B6, and he had me. All right, all right, all right. It's kind of like what I do in defense. Old Benoni defense. Okay, so now I gotta. All right. I want to try to counter old Benoni defense. All right, but first, let me play another game to get to 1500. I need 1 point. That means any win for my next game, I'm at 1500, and my goal is accomplished for this chess account. Now watch I lose in an embarrassing way. But I bet you I lose in an embarrassing way. 1 more point. And watch how tough these guys are going forward. I lost by 4/10 of a second. Yo, that is amazing, man. 4/10 of a second I lost. I lost my queen early, still almost won. 4/10 of a second. I told you, man. That 1500 just not gonna happen. Man. That's crazy. 4/10 of a second. So I told you I lose, I lose more points than I win. Uh, so now I'm at 1498 instead of 14. So now I just need one win and I'm at 1500 and I can stop playing this game. Just one win. So now you can see how this could last 8 hours, right? Because I'll be adamant on the goal. One win to 1500. Can I get this one win, please? So I checkmated him with 9/10 of a second left. Oh my God. And I realized I had checkmate earlier. No, I didn't have checkmate, but I could take the bishop right now with my queen. That's only check. Okay. At that point, I had 2 seconds. That's why I didn't take it, because I felt like I wouldn't have won. So I went there. He went there. He's just moving. He's just moving. Because remember, every time he makes a move, my clock starts. So if he moves fast, my clock starts right away. The longer he takes to move, my clock doesn't move, and his clock moves. So he's just moving fast, so my 1 second could go to 0. So he's just doing random moves, so my 1 second could go to 0. He could take the win. But unfortunately for him, my next move was checkmate. Okay. So finally, I am. Let me see where I'm at as far as rating. Let me see. So finally, I made it to 1506. The goal is reached. I'm at 1506. So now we can talk about current events and more Bible. Okay, I'm at, if you look at the bottom where it says 10, I'm at 1506. Finally. All right, so let me go ahead and let me unshare my screen. The goal is met, 1500. All right. Okay. Goal is met. Okay, so now let me show you the almost scam. So LJ, I almost got scammed on Facebook. I think I'm talking to you. All right, so let me just show you what just happened on Facebook. Let me just share my screen. Okay, so I was talking with LJ, and then this guy, had this guy right here had just sent me a message. Oh, this guy not even a friend of mine. So I think I'm talking to LJ this whole time. So look, he said, "Hello, I got something for you. I think this is LJ telling me he got some Bible scriptures for me, because this is pretty much our conversation." So then I sent LJ, I'm thinking I'm sending LJ the link to share what he had for me. So he said, "You got Cash App, right?" So I'm thinking LJ is feeling, he got the holiday spirit. So I'm like, all right. So he said, "What's your Cash App?" So I'm like, all right, LJ got the holiday spirit. He want to send Unbiased Sports a $1,000 donation. So I said, yes, Unbiased Sports. So now I didn't even, again, my attention is not on Facebook. I'm on everything else but Facebook. Look at all these tabs. So when I come back, I see all this crypto bullshit. So I'm like, okay. I said, I'm telling you, LJ is stuck in this crypto scam stuff. So look at this guy, show me, screenshot me. Look, they want to scam so bad. So I realized that's not LJ. So then that's when I sent LJ the Zoom link right after all that. Well, that can't be him. So now I looked at the name one more time, and then I noticed it said Israel. Like Israel. Like, oh shit. Damn, Hebrew is like scam. Yeah. So they almost got me. Almost got me. Through LJ. So LJ, I was presenting something yesterday to you. Unbeknownst to me, you were fast asleep. So it was not in vain, because the chat, I believe at least one person was following me, because they had their own conversation in the chat. But I will do it again today, where I know you are up and awake and attentive. Well, I don't know if you're attentive. You might be busy, but I'm gonna do it again today. Okay, so let me Let me. The chat said they want me to do the Nation of Islam, debate them again. I'm having too much fun with these Israelites. So the Nation of Islam right now is off the hook. I'm having too much fun with these Israelites. So let me try to. All right, let's see. I don't know what this tab is. No.
But it was fun to be around here back.
Okay.
I walk out the door. Every time I go in the door, I'm gonna make fun of you.
Well,
I don't
just like
care.
I'm gonna do you.
I don't care if you sit over there and cry yourself to sleep
Oh,
every
well,
night.
you don't have to.
But if you
know
don't
what?
break your ass over there,
I want you to put me out. I want you to do it. Man, he can't put you in jail. I know we can. Hell, you son.
get the hell out of this
No,
yard.
you put me out.
You got. I walk
What
out.
is this?
Every time I go in the door, I'm gonna make fun of you.
Well,
I
just
don't
like I'm
care.
gonna do you.
I don't
So this is supposed to be the rapper Glorilla.
care if you sit over there and cry yourself to sleep
Oh,
every
well,
night.
you don't have to.
But if you
know
don't
what?
break your ass over there,
I want you to put me out. I want you to do it.
Leanne, he can't put you in jail.
I know we
Go
can.
to hell, you son of a...
get the hell out of this
No,
yard.
you put me out.
I want you
You got. I walk out the.
All right. So this is state some of you rappers, which are borderline retarded, but these are your heroes. Okay. Borderline retarded rappers that become idols. All right. So let me try to send these guys a friendly challenge in the comment section. Oh, I got an email right here. Beautiful. I got an email right there. You there, LJ?
Yeah, I'm here. Oh, no.
Yeah, I'm gonna send these guys an email.
Okay. I thought I was on mute, but I'm not. No, I'm here. Yeah.
Yeah, I was showing you something yesterday, and
I was listening, and then it was like 2 o'clock in the morning, and I just fell asleep. So I woke up a bit later, and you were still going, but I just didn't have the strength to get involved, so I just went back to sleep.
okay, so I'll go over a little bit more.
Yeah, I did miss I think quite a bit of what you were actually saying last night, so probably I don't even know what I managed to listen to be honest.
All right, so I'll go over it again. Some verses that I'm familiar, that you're familiar with. I'm sure you read them before. So I'll go over it. Let me just send you guys an email challenge. Hey, can I send you guys a Zoom link invitation as we over the scriptures? I want to make it clear to these guys that I'm sending you guys the link. You're not sending me one. concerning the proof of the, yeah, so yesterday I was saying this though. I was saying that I'm probably gonna accept the Wednesday invitation, but I said my strategy got to change because my strategy was really built for myself sending the invitation, where this platform we're more free, me and the guests, we're more free to exchange and talk, right? That strategy does not work when I'm invited to low self-esteem control freaks like the Captain Tazariak and Sakari members. That strategy doesn't work. So I realized I gotta be more, when I go to their platforms, I gotta be more concise. I gotta be willing to stand on just a few things. I can't go there and say Galatians 4:4. I can't do that. I gotta just stick with the script. That's it. There's no room for anything else with those guys. Because what they're gonna do is if I do other verses leading up to the virgin birth discussion, they're gonna make those verses the debate because they really don't want to talk about the virgin birth. So they'll be more interested to argue side subjects. So I gotta just come to the table and say, okay, which verses, which arguments are the most important for me? So obviously Matthew's chapter 1 is, all right. Obviously Luke chapter 1 is, okay. So those two I have to go there with these idiots. But First Chronicles chapter 2 is also equally as important. I gotta go there because that disrupts and debunks the whole you are who the seed of your father is. Okay. You agree with that?
Yeah, I think that what's happened is that they've been able to jump onto something you've said in something else,
right, and
then like say right,
and then make that
completely
the debate.
take it away from the virgin birth, which means that, like you said, I think you've done those two debates now with the Hebrew Israelites, and haven't even discussed the virgin birth in any detail, because they can't even get past some of the things that you're saying back up in the genealogy, let alone the virgin birth itself, the verses.
So then on top of that, so this is how you come to the drawing board, right? And plan a strategy for those who are not strategists. So then on top of that, I realized there are two different type of Israelite thinkings, right? One group believes that they accept that Mary is from the tribe of Judah through the lineage that Luke describes in Luke chapter 3. Then I realized that the other Israelites do not accept Luke chapter 3 as Mary's lineage through the tribe of Judah. So they're going to reject any notion that Mary is from the tribe of Judah. So now I got to have a different strategy for those guys. Okay. Because again, if I go to Luke chapter 3, dude, it's going to be just as bad. You know, we won't get anywhere because they're going to deny and know, and we're going to be just talking in circles. So for those guys, I got to avoid Luke chapter 3 as any proof of Mary is from the tribe of Judah, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So and I think what that little the thing that we talked about yesterday, the little strategy of actually saying, right, okay, so you're gonna say that this isn't Mary's genealogy, so now I need to argue from a different point and actually argue that for the adoption side of it,
right?
Which obviously you wouldn't need to do if they say, right, oh yeah, this is Mary's genealogy. So depending on which one, you need to just adjust that strategy to be able to argue which one you need to be able to.
Yeah. So and this is what strategists do. Like, we don't just have an ego and say, no, my way, because of course, if I'm able to read my 94 slides, I will feel confident. But realistically, that's not going to happen. Okay. And this when you got to drop your ego and say, you know what? Yeah, I got to revamp my strategy, because again, whether the debate goes well or not, I know that with given time that I can prove my argument. But I don't like when I'm not given the time to prove my argument. I feel like the whole discussion is in vain. So this is why I want to change my position. because those last two debates I didn't really get to do anything.
Yeah.
So it's like a waste of time.
Well, he like as we said yesterday. I mean, he went into to trying to argue and belittle the fact that you were like a tutor. That was his diversion tactic in order
Right.
to to get in away from the statement that he had made. He's going into all of these different little routes that he can take you away from actually having to defend or prove what he actually stated. And that's seems to be the tactic when you are actually making a statement that they're not able to deal with, is to divert away from that and go to something that they are able to argue with. This is clever and crafty at the same time,
Right.
but very deceptive.
Hold on one second. Responding to, are they actually going to? Okay. Yeah. It's little things like that that they do. Which don't forget is this. That's why you got to look at it like this. Like for example, I got to keep bringing up the chess, right? So LJ, if you're playing myself in chess, okay, and people are viewing it, it's a viewed game. And let's say I beat you because I did a horrible move, but you fell for it. Are you following?
Yeah.
Even though I won that game by doing that horrible move, whoever watched that game, LJ, is going to think I'm just as bad as you. Because they're going to recognize that move as horrible, and only a horrible person will fall for that.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second. Let me try to give him something. I forgot to find his iPad. Let me give me 1 second, LJ. All right, I'm back. I hate to. Oh, I hate to put it on. Let me get some background, something.
Linda. Either way, the sign.
All right, so I'm just gonna play something until I get situated. I gotta change his diaper. So give me. Oh my God.
You're not allowed to have any cameras in here.
Why would that be, Linda? Either way, the sign would be unconstitutional, as you know. Exercise my freedom of press right. Just trying to de-escalate situation here and exercise my rights peacefully. That's all.
Okay, it doesn't sound like it's working. All right, Sean. Well, here's the deal. Okay, do you understand?
All right, I'm done with this conversation now. Hey, what's up guys? Long Island Audit here. Back again with another video. Today we're at the Sudley North Government Center here in Prince William County, Virginia. We're here today, as always, to peacefully exercise our First Amendment right to film in public and publicly accessible areas, to promote transparency and accountability within our government, and to ensure that our public servants respect our rights and treat us with respect. Let's get into it. Alright guys, so we're just walking in to the government center here. Let's take a look around. Here is the, so we do have security here. First floor, community services. Taxpayer services. And what do you know, our friendly reminders that they're always recording us, even though it always seems to be an issue when we record them.
Hi, are you with the county?
I'm sorry?
Are you with the county?
With Prince William County?
Yes.
No, I'm not with the county. No.
Okay. Are you filming?
Yeah, I'm taking some pictures and video. Who are you?
I'm Linda Nielsen.
Linda. Nice to meet you, Linda. My name's Sean.
Okay. And why are you taking pictures?
Oh, I'm just taking some pictures and video of the facility here.
For what?
Oh, for, I'm an independent journalist.
Okay. You're not allowed to have any cameras in here.
Why would that be, Linda?
Because we're taking personal information while you're standing up there filming us.
Personal information?
For personal property.
I don't understand.
People are talking about their personal information.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
No, it's not fine. You're not, it says no cameras.
Oh, yeah, the sign there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw the sign.
Okay.
It's an unconstitutional sign.
Eddie,
Linda's not happy.
filming. And he's not here to film. Sir, you cannot film.
I'm sorry?
You're not able to film, and it's signs that shows that.
No, I see the signs.
Okay, so can you stop filming?
No, I'm not going to.
Okay, we're going to call the
Who are you?
No, who are you? I want information.
Because the signs that say you cannot film.
I'm gonna ask you to leave the premises or I'll call the police and be escorted.
And he needs to delete.
Oh, who are you, sir? I'm not deleting anything. That's not going to
My
happen.
name's Eddie Olson.
Eddie Olson?
Security Corps with security for the county lease building.
You're private security, correct?
Private security for the county.
For the county, correct.
So I'm asking you to leave the building or stop filming.
Why would, is this a public building? It's a county building, correct?
It's a county lease building, yes, sir, but you're not allowed to do any videotape in here without express permission of the county, to the county board.
Is that a law?
That's county policy. When
Oh,
county
yeah,
lease property,
but
county
it's not a
property.
law, right?
I didn't say it was law.
Oh,
It's
okay.
According to county policy, and you're in a county lease building.
Yeah,
Right.
I'm in a public building. I understand
No,
that.
You're in a building that's leased by the county, accessible to the public.
Exactly.
And you're not allowed to videotape it.
Publicly accessible
News crew
building.
can't come in without getting permission.
News crews? What will be the difference between myself and a news crew? It doesn't matter.
No, I'm just explaining to you. They can't
Oh.
come here without permission to film.
Oh, they sure can. We have freedom of press in this country.
All right. Well, I'm just telling you the county's policy. It says if you want to leave, you want me to call the county police, have you escorted.
I don't want you to call the police, no, but
Would you
we
leave
have
or stop
freedom.
filming?
We have freedom
If
of
you stop
press.
filming, you can stay.
Yeah, we have freedom of press. So anywhere I'm allowed to be. Is the general public allowed in this building?
The public that has to come in for purpose of business.
Yeah, the general
Yes,
public.
sir. Yes, sir.
General public's allowed in this building.
To come in and carry on business with county.
Correct.
Services. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Are you seeking any county services?
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm just taking some pictures and video first.
Were you going to stop video, and I'll call the police, have you escorted out? What do you
No,
want?
I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna stop recording.
Okay.
I'm not gonna stop
I'll
recording.
call county police, have you escorted out? No problem.
Hopefully, the county law enforcement. There's no personal information in public. Yeah, well, you talked to me first, ma'am, so I just want to know who you are. Did you not speak to me first? I didn't come up to you to speak to you, ma'am. Everybody wants to speak. Everybody wants to talk to me, but then when I want to talk back to them, it becomes a problem. Apparently. Just want names so I can hold people accountable. And as you guys could see, the signs here, no cameras or recording devices allowed beyond this point, meaning that they're not allowed inside that office. So we have Linda. Linda properly identified herself, but this woman here, she did not. So again, beyond this point. So we're not even in violation of any policy, but as we all know, policy does not trump law or the United States Constitution. As you guys can see over here, law enforcement has arrived. Hopefully he is educated on our First Amendment right. That policy is not law. How are you, sir? I'm doing well.
All right, you still there, LJ?
I'm here, yeah.
Okay, so you watched some of the video just now?
I'm doing something on I'm listening, so I haven't
Okay.
actually seen, but I'm listening in, yeah.
Right, because this is a great. Are you aware of some of British history as far as British and American history as they split and became to fight for independence from Britain? Are you aware of
Yeah,
that?
I wouldn't say that I was any kind of expert, but I am aware of it, yeah.
All
I
right, so
have done.
let's just have a small discussion leading up to the Bible. Be a little versatile so we ain't killing the audience. So, are you aware of British subjects feeling like they were being taxed, but at the same time being misrepresented by the British officials and politicians and things like that, people set in place in authoritative positions?
Aware of it, yeah. I wouldn't say that I was any kind of expert on it, but yeah, I am.
Okay, so these people, these British subjects, because I know they was like divided, like parliaments, and like they had like a little class system in the UK with the subjects, and people in like a lower class system felt like they weren't protected by the British laws of the land. Okay, so that ultimately led to George Washington and all these guys looking for so I'm just doing like a little brief synopsis. They're looking for some type of rights, like to be protected by the rights that the British Empire afforded them, and like they felt like that wasn't happening. Like they were not. Other people was protected, but themselves they were not protected. So they sought for independence, right? And a lot of them, I'm guessing, fleeing to America looking for independence. And then Great Britain said, "Oh hell no, you don't." and they sent fleets of ships to fight George Washington and these new American or these British people that was looking for an American independence.
Yeah.
So America is known to separate state from religion. UK, I don't even think they do it now, but UK in their constitution, so now we're talking about constitutions. In UK constitution, religion was part of the constitution, right? Or religion. So George Washington and other people who signed the Constitution, the American Constitution, like they wanted to do things differently from Great Britain. They felt like, okay, we like Britain's Constitution, the outline of it, but we're going to change and modify some things, right? So they felt like religion should not be tied to state affairs. So they left religion out of the Constitution, whereas Great Britain left religion in the Constitution as part of the Constitution. The Americans that came over here, they felt like Great Britain had a lot of, like, it was being ran by tyrants, because in Britain, I don't know if you're aware or not, but in the act of war, British soldiers were able to come to LJ House, knock on the door, and say, "Get out the way. We're using this house for a place of rest."
Yeah, it's called commandeering, in
Right.
what we would call it, commandeering. Yeah.
Right. So America said, we didn't like that over there, so we're not going to allow that happen over here. So in our Constitution, I believe the Third Amendment protects you from that over here. So when America's at war, the this damn cough is killing me. When America's at war, they are protected. American citizens are protected from soldiers knocking on your door and saying, "Hey, man, we need to eat, or we need to rest." Okay. The First Amendment is widely popularized as the freedom of speech and the freedom of religion. That's the First Amendment. But the third thing that you have freedom of, that most Americans are not aware of because not as popular as the freedom of press and freedom of religion, is the freedom of, let me say it over. So the First Amendment is widely known to American citizens as the freedom of speech and the freedom of religion. Okay. The third thing that most American public is not familiar with is the freedom of press, the freedom of journalism, the freedom of recording. Of course, at that time, there was no video cameras, but recordings and so just anything related to press, anything that press can do, that's your freedom, right? You have attained those rights to become a journalist, a news reporter yourself. Like, there's no credentials to be press in the United States. There's no credentials. It's an actual afforded right. You don't have to go to DMV, motor vehicles, for us Americans to go get a press credentials. You're born with them. So in this country, you're born with the rights to press, to be press yourself, to be the American press. So in this country, we're supposed to be on high alert of anybody violating your constitutional rights. That's the constitutional rights are really the first 10 amendments. Okay? Because we had many amendments and stuff ratified and things like that. So what I'm saying, without this damn cough, I'm feeling better. I'm not blowing my nose as much. The headaches are not there. So I just can't wait for this cough to leave. This shit is oppressing the shit out of me. So America said the British government was it was a tyrannical government, which was seeking to oppress people's rights. And America said, we're not gonna let that happen over here. So America was very, now I don't know. So if you're not that aware of what happens at that time with the, what we know now as Americans, the American subjects versus the British government or the British Empire, I don't expect you to be a guru or to be well rehearsed on what once America fought for independence and got it from Britain, what they decided to do from that point on. I don't expect you to be well versed or well rehearsed on that. So anyway, I used to show videos and I used to talk about on my channel live, you know, I had live video recordings of going into how the American government came to be. So are you aware of that? Anything on how the American government had came to be? No? Yes?
I would probably be aware of it if you when you kind of say it. I doubt very much if I'm like studied enough to be able to like kind of recall it all on my own. But once I see information, I'll go, oh yeah, I remember reading that or seeing that. But recalling it, no, I certainly haven't studied it enough to be able to say that.
Yeah, because it's interesting that you from UK, so you're the perfect person to be a part of this. So anyway, the American subjects, right? The people came over here, start American, who got American independence. They were afraid of another Britain type of experience, right? So they vowed themselves to, in this new nation, they're going to be nothing like Great Britain because Great Britain is the devil, according to them, right? So we're not going to set up something that can, like, it's almost like a never forget. It's like kind of like a Holocaust thing for them. Like, never forget, we will never see another tyrannical government in this country. So as a result, when they had the 13 colonies, they wanted the people to have more power than the government because they believed Great Britain, the government had more power than the people. So we were going to be the opposite. All right. So when the 13 colonies had come up with a so-called constitution, it was to give the government basically zero power over here, zero power. Mm-hmm. So, but they realized that nothing could ever get done with a zero powerless government. Okay, so in other words, for a government to enact any power, it needed a certain percentage from the 13 colonies. And the 13 colonies never will come to terms with each other to give the government any say-so. So as a result, when the so-called United States wanted to have a decision on something and they had a fallout, it was just a fallout. It can never be resolved because the government had zero role. So eventually the founding fathers of this country had realized, okay, that was a big mistake. For the government to have zero influence on state affairs, that was a big mistake. So they started to write in to do a new constitution, right? So they decided to do a new constitution, which gave the government more say-so, more say-so over state affairs. Because at that time, the states were like their own countries, right? States had their own governors who act as presidents, and the states had their own, all the way till today. Most Americans don't know that each state has its own constitution if they wanted one. But the governor of each American state is like a president, and they have their own governments, which is state governments. And if they wanted to, they can have their own constitutions in the states. So the founding fathers said, okay, that doesn't work. Nothing gets done. We can't go to war because to go to war, we need taxes. We need, and the government was responsible for taxes, but the government can't get taxes. It can't enforce taxes if the states don't agree, right? So the government is just powerless. So the government could pass things, but the government had no power to enforce these new rules, these tax rules. So therefore, nothing can ever get done with the states. So the founding fathers said, okay, that Constitution is no good. Let's rewrite the Constitution where it makes more sense. So I'm trying to think of the fellow name that was the key player in the Constitution. It's I want to say Hanson, but John, but it's really not coming to my mind. Anyway, so that new Constitution is what the Constitution that we have now, that's giving the government more say so. Okay, so now the government is a big figure amongst the states. Okay, and that was all fine and dandy, but again, the American public was still on edge about giving government any power. Because remember, when the government has power, they start thinking about trauma from the days of Great Britain. So now the government had bit off more than he can chew when he decided to have a say-so on slavery, right? As far as the state affairs, the government had a say-so in slavery. So the state's like, ho, 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 what? You just mind your business. You know, you look over there. Or, you know, when the South decided to keep slavery and no matter rules, brutality, whatever they want to do, they felt like, your government, this is none of your business, what we do with our slaves, right? So when the government had dared to say, you know what, nah, I think it's a time, I think it's we got to abolish slavery. The states said, oh, hell no. Okay, so this is when America has truly divided. Now, they was always on edge with each other. States fought states and had disagreements and couldn't get shit done. But when the government said, had the audacity to stick his nose on state affairs, what they did with their slaves, that's when it was like, okay, hell no. All right, Americans, you got to decide now. You're either with that bullshit or you're with the states decide what's best for them without the government. No matter how wrong we are, the government has no say-so in state affairs. And that's what eventually came to be the South versus the North. It was really the slavery thing that really got it there when the government decided to stick his nose in slavery. Okay. So in this country, the government no longer UK, right? UK was the boogeyman. Now it's the American government who's the boogeyman. So of course I'm skipping things, great details here and there, just like a real quick story, a little synopsis to get to where I'm trying to get to this video that I'm showing. Just a little background. The South, America was like, okay, look, pick a side. You're either with, so it really wasn't even about slavery all the way. It was just about, should government have a say-so on state affairs? So they're ending slavery now, but what else is next? So we're gonna stop that at slavery, because if we let that shit go, you guys gonna intervene on other state affairs, and we're gonna have a big problem here. Now we're dealing with UK, Great Britain all over again with this tyrannical government. So history shows you what happened from there. The South lost. Those who were against government lost. Those who were for government won. And then the government, from that win, you can imagine the government had more power on state affairs. So now the American public is looking at the American government as no different than a tyrannical force, like it's like an extension of the UK empire. As a matter of fact, I'm sure the South, these southern states, started doing conspiracy theories saying that the American government is nothing but a puppy of the UK. Like, you can imagine that, the conspiracy theories coming from the South saying, hey, man, the American government is nothing but the UK government. The UK is actually controlling this government because it's starting to enforce its power on American citizens again. So now you're starting to get, during that time, you're starting to get conspiracy theories that the American government is low-key being ran by the UK. How do we know? Because the UK is all for government having power over state affairs. And now we see that happening in our own country in America. So fellow citizens, this government needs to be stopped. We believe it's being puppeteered by the UK. Okay, so that's like the conspiracy talking points at that time. And you can imagine, you can imagine when America, so let's back up a little bit, LJ. You can imagine that when America had first sought its independence from the UK and actually fought against the British government to keep its independence, you can imagine that the UK was bitter and they had their conspiracy theories on America. So now all of a sudden, America, the West is bad, terrible, terrible. How dare them? How dare they seek independence from us? So now they was granted independence. A lot of UK conspirators start to say America is the worst place on earth. It's hell, right? So every time some war happened where people were seeking independence, those people became the villain, the devil, the place of hell. So you'll have many people chanting the UK chants, Babylon is America. So Babylon, America, the West, America. A lot of that chant came from the UK, public. Okay, so fast forwarding back to the Civil War, the government is filthy, is corrupt, it's an extension of the UK government. The UK must have heavy influence on the American government. America is not so independent because the UK must have had a hand in this slavery bullshit. So this is the South. This is their rhetoric. This is their talking points. This is their conspiracy theories. The UK government must have a hold of our own government. So fighting the American government is actually fighting the hand of UK all over again. Like that's how the South was taking that. Anybody who felt like not just slavery should be a state problem, but all affairs within the state is a state problem, and the government should have, the U.S. government should have no say so, or little say so as much as possible. So LJ, in the chat listening, the states, when they fought the Civil War, they felt like they're fighting for their rights to control state affairs. And if we lose this war, we're losing our rights to control things within our own states. Because remember, the governors in each state was acting like the president. And matter of fact, there was no president, by the way. There was no president who had any authority over state affairs before the Civil War. Every state was autonomous. Every state had their own constitution, the governors. So there was no united president who can tell states what to do until after the Civil War. That's when the government started to gain more power in America. And now these presidents can, determine state affairs in future, the state future affairs. Okay, so going forward, the South, from that point on, because they got defeated and slavery was abolished and other things were taken from the state's power, the South and the sympathizers of the South and the sympathizers and the advocates of the government has no dealings within these states started to hate the American government and paint it as the devil, the bad guy. Okay. So when you fast forward till today, when you say the American government, you got to be very clear to say national government or federal government to separate itself from state governments. Because if you don't do that, then it's back to which government are we talking about? So national, when people say the government as your point of a conspiracy theory, they're really talking about national government, whether they know or not, because they think it's just one government in America. But they're really talking about the federal government or the national government when they complain about the government. Okay. So anyway, that's a little just a backdrop. If anybody's watching the video, where were we doing now? So anyway, the states after the Civil War, the states were upset, you know, because they lost their major labor force, and their country, I mean, their states was actually turned to rubble a lot of because of the war. A lot of cannons firing, a lot of shit was damaged, so they had to repair their states. So they blamed it. They blamed a lot of that on their former African slaves. It's not that the former African slaves had any say so on the war, but it's the fact that they fought over the condition of the African slaves. They blame the African slaves. Like the fact we even fighting over you is your fault. So they decided to enact black codes, Jim Crow laws, all this state stuff. So now I'm skipping a lot of stuff in between because it'll be a long ass discussion. I'm skipping. So anyway, they decided to enact Jim Crow laws, whites only, colored only, and all this stuff is all unconstitutional. So these became state laws that were unconstitutional to government or national government, your constitutional rights, national government laws. Okay. When the government pulled the Union soldiers from the states, the former African slaves had no more protection from the retaliation from the South. So once the government pulled the Union soldiers from the South, because at that time, I think a large 80 to 85% of African slaves lived in the South. A small percentage was up north. So when you freed the slaves and told them that they're no longer in slavery, slavery is illegal, it's abolished, Emancipation Proclamation. Well, when you pull when you pull the Union soldiers out of these states, although they are free on paper, there's no protection of their freedom once you pull the soldiers out. Now the state's gonna be like, shit, free where? I don't see no Union soldiers guaranteeing this right to you. Get your ass back on that plantation or get your ass back into some type of servitude. So I don't know if LJ know about this, but this is where you get convict leasing, where they started to lock up black people and enslave them from there. Like they became contract slaves. So the jails will actually lease their inmates to the big industries at that time to do free work. So that's how that worked. And that was for like 30, 40, 50 years, you know, before the American government stepped in again and fought against that. But a lot of that was going on at that time. So around 1930, 1920, all the way to like really to the Civil Rights era, there were unconstitutional signs posted up in buildings saying colors only, whites only, blacks can't do this, blacks can't come here, only whites can do this. These are state signs that's unconstitutional. That was end up being struck down during the Civil Rights movement in this country. Okay, so again, the South or the Confederates or the sympathizers or advocates of the South or the Confederates, they took another L during the Civil Rights movement, right? Because they still had control over black affairs in these states, within these states. So when the federal government decided to now provide protection of these afforded rights to the former African slaves, this was another L for the South sympathizers, advocates, and the Confederate advocates and sympathizers. This was another L. So this is another reason why they began to hate the government again. So not only did the government free these people from slavery, these Africans from slavery, they also now decided to protect their rights within these states. Now give them government protection, federal government protection. So the racist people in America who felt an ill way about black people took 2 losses from the national government. So this is why they hate the government today. And they have all these conspiracy theories about the government's trying to poison you. Vaccines, this is where this all comes from. They want to discredit the national government. So when the national government decides to protect its citizens from the states, it doesn't hold no weight because their credibility is gone. They're trying to kill everybody. So they can't be in for they can't have the best interest of Americans. They can't. So if they're trying to preserve rights and defend rights, it got to be wrong because these guys are the devil. So that's how we come to today. So anyway, the guy with the camera, he's in facilities that's national government ran, right? These are public facilities in America. And according to the Constitution in America, is that if it's anything national government, no government ran, period. If it's anything government ran, it's free to the public. The public has a right to access government ran facilities, government products and services. The Americans have a right to it. Grants, loans, whatever. If it's a government program, the American public has a right to it. So I'm just catching up to speed. Unfortunately, many states have now started putting signs back up in their facilities, saying you can't do this, you can't do that. Now, of course, it's not as racial as whites and blacks only, but it's still unconstitutional. You just can't put up a sign telling the American public they can't do something when your rights say you can do it. So you're watching that right now. So I said all I had to catch you up that even though these signs seem minute, don't record here, don't do this, don't record there, that sign is just as unconstitutional as the sign that says blacks only, colors only, whites only. So with that being said, now I'm gonna press play from there.
I believe they called him.
John, there you go. It was John Adams. There you go. It was John Adams. John Adams. Thank you, Thurman. It was John. I was trying to get the name. It was actually John Adams. Yeah, but Thomas Jefferson was definitely involved. But it was John Adams that's known. He gets the credit for writing, for writing up the. I think it was the Constitution. Yeah, John Adams. Like I think he was the brains in that meeting. It was John Adams.
Regarding me, you mind if I get your name?
Well, let me talk to them and find out what's going on first.
Oh yeah, sure.
Officer Hunsberger.
Hunsberger, and your badge number, Hunsberger. Just so I know who I'm talking to. That's all.
2338.
So please forgive me. I was freestyle off the top of my head. I was not looking at notes. You dig? Just off the top of the head. So I think I did good. Just to freestyle without any brush up, any review, just off the top of the head. So I might have been all over the place. Forgive me for that, but I hope you can catch on to anything I was saying. But I'm just catching you up to now, modern day 2022. Here we go.
2338. Yep. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you.
So you're gonna see white and black people get offended at this brother, and he's not black. I'm saying brother just as an American brother, exercises constitutional rights. So what I'm also going to show is that you see how the American public, when they believe something is lawful, they are going to hold you to it. So when white people grew up in an era and there's a sign that says colors only or whites only, or there's a sign that says whites only, and a colored person is using that, whatever they should not be using, that white person who understands that to be an unlawful act is going to say something to the colored person because they're born to believe that these are the laws of the land. So now you're going to see black people in the position of white people during the Jim Crow that's going to deny and deprive this guy his constitutional rights.
You don't still have that in America, do you? You don't have places where it says no coloreds or no blacks or anything.
You don't have that, but you have places that says no cameras.
Right, but
and remember, the Bible says a little leaven leavens the whole lump. So if
Yeah,
we
yeah.
can start
I
that,
was just I was just making sure that you don't have places
No,
that are
no,
that are
no,
still
no.
saying that kind of, you know. I
No.
think that was it also that there was, because in England we there were long time ago, obviously it was before obviously I was born, but we still, even I think back in the 60s and 70s here, we would have had signs in windows that would have said no Irish.
Really?
Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah. No,
You're
we would have
lying.
had.
Wait,
No, no, no.
when?
So that back in the 1960s and 70s would have said no Irish. Yeah,
Really?
yeah.
Wow.
Let me just find that. Yeah, so there were.
So that is funny. Like not in a, laughing at them, but wow.
Yeah, so it would have been. It's post-war. It's post-war. I know that.
So post what war?
It said post Second World War.
Okay.
So there would have been signs that said no Irish, no blacks, and no dogs.
So you said no Irish, no blacks, and no dogs.
Yeah.
Okay, great. And see, but this is the type of history. That's why I encourage people to try to study world history outside of your current condition. Because if you only study your current condition, you will be led to believe that only you had been through something. And then you
Yeah,
can't
there was
relate.
also signs like saying jobs available, help wanted, no Irish need apply, and stuff like that.
Really?
Yeah.
That is crazy.
I'm looking at it, and there are websites that are saying that didn't happen, and those signs are there is some kind of conspiracy and has been made up, but I don't know. I remember people talking about it. So
all right, so I'm going to look into that, because Wikipedia, that's probably like the best generic source to go to see if
yeah,
that's true or not.
I'm definitely seeing signs, seeing websites that say that there's no evidence that there were ever signs in Windows that said this, but I don't think that that's correct. I think that there were.
Yeah, so I will definitely look into that. Definitely. Yeah, I will definitely look into that. And, so, LJ, you said, are there currently any signs that says for whites only or blacks are not allowed? And I said no, but I said, but the fact that there's a camera sign that said you can't use your cameras, that's close enough. So now,
yeah,
what I say is this: Black people should not be upset with Jewish communities. We should be trying to have a community as tight and deal with zero tolerance like a Jewish community. For example, the Jewish communities, they have a slogan that says never again. So any actions or any verbiage, any slander that can remind them or can possibly build up to another Holocaust, they're going to nip it in the bud ASAP. Right? So any language, any action that reminds them of the actions and language that led to the Holocaust, they're going to immediately nip that in the bud because they know if it goes unchecked, it can result in the Holocaust. So they're going to nip it in the bud real quick. Now, Black people in this country, we have experienced signs that violated our constitutional rights, which led to a Jim Crow segregated experience. Okay, so chat, please follow me. Please put your comprehension hats on. If you're retarded, then I can't do anything with you. If you got ADD, some slow stuff going on, that's, you're just lost. Okay, so since Black folks since we're traumatized by unconstitutional signs that were racial. And because of that, it segregated us from access to valuable things, tangible things. We should be the first people with these cameras, like this guy right here is doing. We should be the first people, like the Jewish people, we should be the first people to catch on to unconstitutional signs today. Because according to our experience in this country, when there's unconstitutional signs, there's a segregation period that's racially designed. So we should be the first people, when we start seeing unconstitutional signs that discriminate, we should be the first people to be like, ho, what's that? Because it disproportionately affected us the most. Just like when people hear anti-Semitic stuff and you know, arguments, and then they say, well, you act like you're the only Semitics. No, that's not the case. The case is when you hear anti-Semitic remarks, the actions that follow those anti-Semitic remarks cause a Holocaust that disproportionately affected Ashkenazi Jews more than Sephardic and Mizrahi. So this is why they're going to be the first to jump in line. Like, let's stop that. It's not that they're saying they're the only Semitics that dealt with this. They're saying that rhetoric usually follow us type of Semitics more than anybody else. Actions after those remarks usually follows us type of Semitics, Jews more than anybody else. So we're going to be the first people to get ahead of those remarks and stop it immediately, because we suffer the most from these remarks more than anybody else that's called us so Jewish. So Black people, you would think that we'll be the same way in America. When we start to see unconstitutional signs, I'm sure these signs affected Irish and Puerto Ricans and Asians and I'm sure these signs affected them too. But disproportionately, it affected us more than anybody else. So we are supposed to be the first Americans to jump in front of these signs saying, "Oh, take that down." We should be the most offended in this country when we start to get a wind of unconstitutional signs. So I know people can get that. I know everybody's not slow. But as a result, that's not the case. When you see unconstitutional signs, like we're not the first as far as ratio, as far as percentage-wise, we're not all offended in masses, in groups, like you would see Jewish people would be offended of rhetoric that is targeting them or affects them or reminds them of traumatic or certain trauma. Now, with all that being said, I'm going to press play. So now, the South, the Confederates, the Republicans, the conservatives, not all of their arguments are piss poor, okay? They do have some valid points and some valid concerns, as you would see when I press play. So the conservatives, the Republic, the alt-right, all these people, they say that the American government is now becoming tyrannical. In other words, no more about your rights. It's about we say so and that's it. Like we are above your rights. So your rights would say, I have the right to remain silent. But a police officer or detective say, no, answer me now, boy, answer me. Where are you going? And this is not just for Black people. This is anybody pull over. Some of these police officers believe you have to answer their questions, and you have to answer their questions under duress of arrest. Answer my questions or you're going to jail. And so that are some of the concerns from the people in red in this country. They're saying, yo, this government is out of control. And as you can see, there's many instances, you just look at, just look up the average video somewhere, and you'll see not just police officers, but you'll see people like this video right here is going to show the people, the workers who are actually in government ran facilities. They're going to have the same mentality, LJ, as police officers. I said turn the camera off. Screw you. I'm not a police officer. I'm not a law enforcer, but I said turn the camera off. Turn it off.
Are you aware? Have you ever heard of the Stanford trials?
Stanford? No, I'm
No.
not familiar with that.
No. So this is in England. Back in this was back in the 1960s, 1970s. There was a trial, an experiment. Basically, it was a science experiment that that they created in England. There is a film on, I think it's on Netflix. It's either on Netflix or one of the other streaming sites anyway that you can find it. And basically what they did is they invited like these people to volunteer for this new science experiment that they were doing. They didn't tell them what it was, so they got these people to sign up for it, and they profiled them, and they specifically chose certain types of people for this role. And what they did is they put them into, so they were going to get 2 weeks into
I can't hear you. LJ, you went out. You went out. Are you on mute? You're not on mute, but you're not talking. Okay, so you're about to be upset because you got to explain that all over again. I cannot hear one word you're saying. It's all in vain. When he come back and realize that we heard nothing. Okay, so he fell off finally. And
my internet crashed again.
yeah, right.
It keeps doing that. It's terrible.
We-
What did you hear up to?
Nothing. You just building up to the experiment. All you said was there was an experiment.
Yeah.
That was it.
Right. Okay. So these, did you hear about the how they chose the people?
No, because all I
No.
heard from you was that there was something called the Stanford experiment, and then you went out.
Right. Okay. So I carried on talking and didn't realize that I had
Yeah,
cut
I
out.
hate that.
So okay, so there was the Stanford trials. They chose put an advert into the newspaper and for people to volunteer for this this experiment, but they didn't tell them what the experiment was.
Okay.
So they invited just people to randomly volunteer, and they got certain amount of people to come in, and then they screened them basically, and they pre-selected, or they selected them on their personality types. And what it was is that they put them into a compound for I think it was going to be for about 2 weeks. And remember, these are just regular people, normal everyday human beings. And what they did is they selected a certain amount, I think it was 12, but it might have been 10 or of these people to be police officers, guards in a prison, and the other half, 12 or 10, whatever it was, to be prisoners. And they put them into this pretend prison, and there's literally, they'd met each other, they talked to each other, so some of them had become friends,
Right.
like before the experiment actually happened.
Yeah.
And then they put these 12, I'm going to say 12 because I think it was 12, these 12 people, they dressed them up as police officers, right? And it was a compound that looked like a prison, all right, but they were being watched as well all the time. And they put these guards, dressed them up as police officers, and they put the prisoners, they dressed them up as prisoners. And within 3 days, the guards were beating the prisoners.
Wow.
Like literally beating them. They were starving them because they wouldn't do what they were told, and the prisoners were rebelling against the prison guards. They were going in and stopping them from being able to sleep. It went crazy. they got this false sense of authority
Mm,
over individuals that they weren't obviously they weren't police officers, these
right.
weren't criminals, they
Wow.
hadn't done anything,
Wow.
but within days these police officers, because they'd pre-selected them,
Right.
right, and there was one of these guards. You can watch the film I think it's on Netflix. You can watch it, right? It's because they created a film of it, and there was one police officer, he was batshit crazy. And he would, the things that he was doing and willing to do, and actually making the other police officers follow him. He became kind of like the leader.
Yeah.
What they did, and they had to stop the trial.
Really?
Yeah, they stopped it because somebody left because he was what it was what you need to watch it or search for the it's called the Stanford trials. Just regular people, and they went crazy.
Wow.
The authority that they took because they were dressed in police officers uniforms.
Hmm.
It was madness. And I think that what the reason why I said that was just purely on what you said about like these people who get this kind of, they've given a little bit of authority and then they go crazy with it.
Yeah. So
and it just shows what humans are willing to do. And these, like you say, these were not prisoners at all. They hadn't done anything. They were pretending. But then the prisoners were like rebelling, and the things that they would do back, they were trying to attack the police officers. They were setting up traps in order to, when the police officers were coming in. It was.
Yeah. So what I try to do on my channel, because we accept evolution, and when you accept in our minds, right? In our minds, when we accept evolution, there's no divinely evil race of people. Like once you accept evolution, you will understand, or you're supposed to understand, that there's no such thing as a divinely heavenly people or God's favorite people, and there's no divinely or evil wicked people. Okay, so if you look at real history, you'll see like white people called devils, blacks are called this, and Arabs are called that, and Chinese are called this. And even if you go to on my channel, I went over the history of Japan, right? How they became a superpower to 40 to 50 years. And you'll see that how the Japan public viewed each other, right? They had a caste system there, and then they view Europeans under them, as something lower than a Japanese person. So you'll see that you see that most people are going to view people who are different than themselves as lower than themselves, like that. That's like a human natural thing to do, right? So
isn't that when the slavers were going over into Africa, wasn't it the kind of the thing where they were looking at the black people over there and saying, these are like one level above kind of monkeys and apes, and below like the white people type thing.
Yeah.
And
so I'm sure that when the European colonizers went over there, not just LJ, hear me clear. I don't believe that was exclusively for black folks. I think everywhere they went, and if those people didn't look like white people, even in Japan, like they believed that those people were below themselves.
They were below, because they were just viewing themselves as a superior race,
right? Like
the
more
that made everybody else below them,
right? The more educated and things like that.
Yeah.
But Unc, who's part of our live, he got his own channel called Pseudo Killers. Unc pointed out that what's the boy name from who pretty much started the evolution? My God,
or Darwin.
Okay, yeah. He pointed
Charles
out
Darwin.
he pointed out that Darwin Like yeah. So to answer your question, yes, that's what happened. But
Yeah.
Unc points out that once Darwin had started to promote evolution, that they understood that there's no such thing as an inferior race, like mentally,
Yeah.
right? And they said Darwin and his people were forced to admit that people are just people. And when people have more education than other people, then they're going to be the superiors, right? And they're going to have an edge. So Darwin understood that if the roles were reversed, and if Africans had more technology and information than Europeans at that time, then the Europeans can never do what they have done, and Africa would have been another level, right? It would have been unfathomable for Europe to even start that shit over there. So
Yeah.
that's what evolution teaches you. That's the point we're coming back to. When Darwin came with evolution, that ruined Europeans' fantasy and pseudo thoughts about Black people and other nations. Like they were forced to. Okay, so Darwin basically said, if we're going to become the most educated people in the world, then we have to drop the idea that people are below us. Right? If we're going to strive as a force and go into the new world and all these types of things, then we can no longer believe that there's a race below us. It's all about education. Human beings are human beings. It's all about who's the most educated, who's the most equipped, who has the technology, and who has the tools. So that's what Darwin is going with that. And most of America has started to adopt that because they start to drop religion as far as like the religious beliefs, as far as there's a human being that's like divinely, there's nothing you can do about it. Like he's below this other human being. And at that time, religion as taught by American society, right? Because I'm not just saying religion as everything. I'm saying religion as taught by American society, American standards, was taught in the school systems. You know, they taught that. I believe they taught that. You know, like a lot, like Adam and Eve and things like that, in the school systems. And that was challenged. It was challenged during the Darwin era, and the Darwin era actually won. LJ, the Darwin era actually won. That evolution should be taught in schools rather than the creation story in the Bible. But the problem is that they could not enforce it in the schools. They could remember the states are sovereign. American states are sovereign. So just because you win something federally doesn't mean you win it statewide. Because look at marijuana in America. Marijuana is federally illegal. But the states was like, well, nah, we're not going to, the state said, well, we don't believe it is. Now, the states don't have the power to overrule or make law over federal government. So they're going to lose that there. So they can't make something legal that the federal government says is illegal. But what the states can do is decriminalize. So that's their power. They're like, okay, we can't force it to be legal, but what we're going to do is we're going to decriminalize it, meaning that we are not going to arrest anybody with it. So federal government, if you want to come here and start arresting citizens of the state of New Jersey or whoever else, go ahead. But you don't have the manpower, and you're not designed to do that. The federal government is not designed to interact with daily affairs from the American public. That's state government. So states know that the federal government does not have the manpower or the resources to really play the affairs of to get involved with daily affairs by the American public. They know they can't. So the state said, okay, we're going to use our power. We're going to decriminalize marijuana, where we're not going to arrest anybody. So going back to the school thing, even though it was ruled that evolution should be taught in the school system, the state said, oh, well, come over here and teach it then to the federal government. Well, you come and teach it in our schools then. And of course that didn't happen. So they continue to teach religion, right, the creation story, the Bible stories, you know, and then when you deal with Bible, as we know from these debates, Bible can be up for interpretation as it is in most times. So the states decided to teach the Bible in the school systems to explain a lot of things, you know, going on in the world and even in their personal affairs. So it wasn't until the 1960s, I think damn near 70s, bro, when they reviewed all the stuff and then they was able to enforce. Now remember, it's funny because if you look at the time frame that the same time frame that evolution won over religion, that's around the same time frame that the Emancipation Proclamation won, meaning freeing the slaves. But when the slaves were freed and when Darwin's evolution had won, it had no protection. So both was as if they never won, because the South still said, nah, we're not respecting that, either one. So both had to be re-examined. Black Americans' civil rights, constitutional rights, and the ruling on religion versus evolution had to be re-examined during the civil rights era. And that's when religion totally lost its way in the school systems and was replaced by evolution. And about 10 years later or 5 years later, civil rights also won. Right. So now the protection to teach evolution in schools and to get rid of religion and the protection of minority rights in this country almost happened simultaneously. So evolution was supposed to slowly replace racial views or anybody, because they're saying the more you learn about evolution and science, your views on people can't stand. And the opposite will be the more you can hold on to religion and not science, then we can understand why those views of racial discrimination and racial superiority will stand. And in this country, LJ, the people with the most racial superior views will be people from the South, Republican, alt-right, conservative group. And coincidentally, that they are also the most religious in the country.
Mm.
So there seems to be some validity between racial superiority, racial inferiority, and religion, and equality, racial equality, and science or evolution. So it seems like to be a connection. Like the more you are in tune with, or the more you accept science and its outcome, the less racial beliefs you're going to hold on to. But the more you become anti-science and more religious, the more you can hold on to racial inferiority complexes and racial superiority complexes. So again, forgive me, chat. This is all off the top. I'm just, freestyling. But I don't think Unc will disagree with much of what I've said, or Sheffrin, or anybody that's in that space. Concrete Corey, Sinjetti, I don't think they'll disagree with too much. Sean. Even though I'm not the evolutionist, by the way. I'm not somebody I got books on it, but I really have not gained a huge interest in it like that. You know how I can talk about the Bible or vaccines. Like I got a huge interest in those things, and I can read those anytime. When it comes to evolution, I have a harder time keeping my interest in that subject. I have a better time holding my interest in the Big Bang. Like I love reading about that. Evolution, that's not really my thing like that. I accept it, but I don't, that's not my thing. I can't get on a microphone and tell you about evolution. Okay, so with that, LJ, I want you. Wait, did you have anything on that before I go to the Bible?
No, I've been interested in just listening. Like I said, I'm not massively studied on that subject, so it's interesting because obviously it's an important part of history that probably I'm not studied enough on, and it's something that I should be more studied on. We didn't really touch on that too much in school or anything, and I haven't really done it afterwards. So yeah, but it is fascinating.
Yeah. So what happens is that when people are opposed to something and they don't know much about it, their side could be actually correct, but you're going to always misrepresent the side you oppose. So the only way to truly rebut something, right, is to know both sides. So that's why when we are successful at debunking the Hebrew Israelites' perverted interpretation of the Bible, because we understand exactly their side.
Mm.
If we had any doubt on their side, right, their position, we wouldn't be successful in conversations with them. Like, they would be confounding us too. Well, what about this? Well, what about that? Like, we'll be confused. Like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Oh wow, yeah, that's tough. But because we are already educated on their position and their talking points and the actual interpretation and the context of the verse they bring up, they really don't do much miracles with us, right? Right? We'll call it miracles. But those same miracles with a lay women, they're going to ooh and ah them and possibly get them to sympathize or even join their camps. Okay, so now I'm going to go to the Bible. Okay. As I said yesterday, I'm going to go to John 44. But I won't be sharing the screen like you see it now. I'll be sharing my Microsoft Word screen instead, because now I can highlight and keep you guys focused on what I want you to be focused on. I can't really do that with this screen. So I'm going to copy, and I'm going to copy stuff from John 4 and paste it to Microsoft Word. I'm going to share my Microsoft Words, and we're going to read it from there, where things can be imprinted more in your brain, because I'll be highlighting and things like that. Okay, so let me do this. So let me first ask you this. Are you familiar with John chapter 4, when the Jacob's Well thing with Jesus?
Jacob's Well, yeah.
Okay, so why was Jacob's Well in Samaria? Because it says, then cometh he to us, verses, this is John chapter 4, verse 5. It says, then cometh he to a city of Samaria. So it's talking about Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
It says he must needs to go through Samaria. He just left Judea and departed again into Galilee. And that's important. Matter of fact, let me get that part. That is, wait a minute. I almost left that out. I left it out yesterday. So let me just start from verse 1. It says, when therefore the Lord knew how the Pharisees had heard that Jesus made and baptized more disciples than John. Verse 2, though Jesus himself baptized not, but his disciples. He left Judea and departed again into Galilee. And he must needs go through Samaria. So he left Judea and departed again into Galilee. He must needs go through Samaria. So he got to go through Samaria to get to where? Galilee? Is that what it's saying?
Mm.
And that's why sometimes the King James, this is not the best. If I'm trying to understand the context of the Bible, for me, the King James is just not it. So I'm gonna go to Bible Hub and John 4, this one. Okay, and I'm gonna go to my translation. So, because I'm lost just now what I just read. Okay, like, is he going? Is he in Galilee, or he has to go through Samaria to get to Galilee? All right, so let me just go down and choose a different translation. Okay, I guess I gotta go here first, parallel. Then let me go down and choose a different translation. Come on. Okay. Come on. Okay. One of my favorites, God's Words translation. Okay, so now let's run that back, Turbo. Make it a little bigger so you guys can read along. Okay, so Jesus knew that the Pharisees had heard that he was making and baptizing more disciples than John. But actually, Jesus was not baptizing people. His disciples were. See how clear and crystal clear, no ambiguity at all. We know who's baptizing. So Jesus, the Pharisees heard that Jesus was doing the baptizing, but it was actually his disciples he was doing the baptizing. He wasn't. So the subject, Jesus left the Judean countryside and went back to Galilee. Jesus had to go through Samaria. Okay, so I guess it's after he went back to Galilee, he must go through Samaria for whatever reason. He arrived at a city in Samaria called Sychar. Sychar was near the piece of land that Jacob had given to his son Joseph. Okay. Jacob's well was there. Okay, so Sychar was near the piece of land that Jacob had given to his son Joseph. So Jacob's well was near. Okay. Jesus sat down by the well because he was tired from traveling. The time was about 6 o'clock in the evening. So now I can go back to King James. Okay. So now there cometh a woman of Samaria to draw water. Jesus said unto her, give me something to drink. Right. I'm gonna stop there because this is actually fast forwarding. So let me copy this though. Let me copy that. And you'll see where I'm going in a second. Let me just copy that. Okay. So let me just copy all of this. Okay, so I'm just going to copy all of that. So I'm reading this. I'm reading what I'm gathering now is a defense doctrine to the Black Israelites doctrine that the gospel is only for Israel. Okay, and also they also teach the white man is the devil. He cannot get the Bible. He cannot understand it, and Jesus don't even deal with white people. Okay, or not just white people, but Gentiles. Period. That means African nations. That means Arabs. Jesus only deals with Black, Latinos, and Native Americans. Okay. So this is my attempt to debunk that. All right.
Yeah, only certain Black people though.
Right.
They draw a distinction between Black and Black. Only some Black people are of Israel. There are other Black people that are of Ham and
right, exactly. And that's
you're
why
you're not being saved.
Right.
I've seen them on the street in America. They've like asked them where they're from and stuff, and then they've turned, and they will. I don't know if it's as bad as what they do with white people, but I've seen them on videos. Like they will turn as soon as they find out. Right, okay, you're Ham. Yeah.
Right. Oh
You're
yeah.
not saved. Even a Black, even to a Black person, they will do it if they believe that they're Ham. What do you? Can I just ask you? What do you think about these? Have you seen the videos of these white people bowing down and kissing the feet of some of these like Sakari and stuff?
I've seen all of those.
Yeah. What do you think of that?
Real simple. This is real simple. It's not complex. Not Einsteinish. These are white people who were compelled at the verses that they read,
Yeah.
and they believed that these guys were up to a great point, right? And
Yeah.
then they're like, wow, you know, your condition was actually prophesied in the Bible. So then they felt like, okay, I'm going to humble myself because the Bible spoke, and you guys are in a pretty position. So I'm going to humble myself and bow down, you know, and do what you say, right?
Yeah. Do you think that there's a little bit of like white guilt type thing?
I don't
And
know.
then they kind of like almost for like public show type thing rather than.
Well, it's always going to be white guilt because some white people really are understanding, and they feel bad for what happened in this country. Like, for example, you have many white people who were anti-segregationists, right? They felt like black folks needed rights, right? So those people felt bad for what their people have done to black people in just the world, but black people specifically, right? Because we're talking about that.
Yeah.
And they're ashamed of what their people have done in this country.
Yeah.
Right. Even though they never participated in anything like that.
Yeah.
It's part of white American history, and they got to live with it. So at that time, they said, okay, the least, like, again, it's guilt trip. They felt humble. So when a black person is crying out to them and saying, yo, won't you bow down to my feet? The white person saying, well, that's the least I can do.
Right.
What else can I do? Okay, so I will experience this humbling experience to a black person who I respect, right? And I felt bad this happened to you in my homeland that I'm so proud of, and the least I can do is what you're saying I should do right now, right? You want me to bow down? No problem. And I think that's exactly what they're doing.
Okay.
And that's in that very spirit. Okay. It's not that they believe that that person is more superior than themselves and that crazy shit. Like, that's not what they believe. They believe, yeah, I'm so sorry that my people done this to you. It's no different than when I try to relate to black people. I'm doing a good job, at least with my audience. I do a good job of showing that black people are in the same position as white people. You have a lot of black people who are up to no good, who are evil as hell, criminal, and they are out here harming people. And sometimes they harm people outside of black people. It could be Arab, Indian, white, whatever. Okay, for us black people, we can do nothing about that. That person's mind made up. They're going to commit a criminal act. All we can do is just apologize for that person's act. Like, that person does not so this is what we do. We do a disclaimer. That person does not represent me the way I think in any way, shape, or fashion. So the least I can do is just apologize for that person's actions towards other races. That's the least I can do.
Okay.
And I think they felt the same way. Like, the least I can do is just bow. And some people, LJ, some people just likes to experience humility. So they're like, yeah, it makes them feel better about themselves. Because maybe they are on a high horse typically. And they're on a high horse and it has nothing to do with race. They're on a high horse because everything they set forth for themselves, they achieved. So you can sometimes get caught up in that. So people like to just experience humility. That's why some people, like, what they do, they go out there and beg for donations. You know, you got to just humble. Like, some people just feel like, I need to humble myself. I'm getting lost. So I need to go out here and beg for donations on behalf of a church, on behalf of maybe a children's soccer team, whatever. They go out there and they experience these humbling, you know, interactions by doing. That's how some people really believe. Let me humble myself and just do something meager. Okay. So I almost I almost did not add one part. I was skipping one verse, and I'm glad I read all the way up because it was very important. So let me not skip it. On surface, it felt like I didn't need it, but as I read up, I'm like, yeah, I need this because it's going to help with context. Okay. So I was trying not to read as much. It's a lot of reading here. Okay. Okay. So I put it back there. Okay. So I'm going to. Okay. So let me do this right here. Boom. And boom. Okay. Okay, cool. Got that. I want to make sure I don't miss anything key. Okay, that is important. Okay, so so the Bible is funny how it's composed, because the Bible would do what in a positive way. It would do what the brother from Sakari did. It the subject, they're both subjects, and then change the talking point, and like the captain does, Captain Tazariak. See, no, what happened was no. See, Mary, no. Okay, let me explain. You got any kids? Okay, I got a couple. You know what I mean? So that's how you did with verse 12 in 2 Samuel chapter 7, verses 12 to 14. You got to read 12. You got to throw me off and then read 13 and then read 14. Right? So sometimes the Bible does that itself, but in a humorous way, right? Where Jesus is talking, and there's a point being made. And then he'll go off and have a private discussion with the disciples. And then once that private discussion is over, the next verse will pick back up where the point he was driving before. So if you got ADD, you can easily miss that. And you will stop at the conversation with the disciples and not read the last verse after the conversation, where it picks back up with the previous event. And I'm going to show and prove that. Okay. It happened it happened a few times in the Bible. It happened in John 4. It happened Acts chapter 2. It happened Acts chapter 10, and probably many other ways, but definitely those three. Now watch this. This is going to be interesting. So the only way if you want to debate Hebrew Israelites on can the Gentiles be saved or these different talking points, they are going to have to let you read in full context. Like, you can't do the virgin birth with this one. You got to read. And if they're not going to allow you to read, you'll never be able to prove your point that the Gentiles were favored by Jesus. And, if you can't read, you'll never prove that point. Okay. So, yeah, so I think, so now when I read all the way to 43, I believe the text is saying that he was in Judea, he was going to go to Galilee, but he had to go through Samaria to get to Galilee. So I don't believe he went to Galilee just yet, because verse 43 says, now after 2 days, he departed this and went into Galilee. And if you go all the way up to verse 3, it says he left Judea and departed into Galilee, and he must needs go through Samaria. So I think that's what, if you read down to 43, I think that's saying he left Judea and he was on his way to Galilee, but he had to go through Samaria first. Okay, so I'm almost ready with this. Okay. where he made water wine. It says, so Jesus came into Cana of Galilee where he made the water wine. And there was a certain nobleman. All right. So, so I'm done with 4. So now I'm able to just bring it to you like this. When they win it, they're winning. Okay. So John chapter 2 talks about the water turned to wine, right? So now this has nothing to do with what I want to bring out to you. But I always wanted to know, what event did he have to turn the water to wine? Like, where were they going? So, because they were doing a feast.
What, in the water into wine?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was at a wedding in Canaan.
Okay. Does it say wedding? Because I'm trying to skim
A
through.
wedding feast, yeah.
You sure it's a
in
wedding
Cana.
feast?
Yeah, in
I don't see the word wedding at all. I see Passover. I see Passover feast day. I don't see anything about a wedding.
So what, in John 2:1?
Yeah. Okay, I see it. And the third
Well, it was a
third
marriage. Yeah, some say wedding, but the King James says marriage.
Yes, same thing.
Yeah.
And then in the third day there was a marriage in Cana of Galilee, and the mother of Jesus was there, and both Jesus was called and his disciples to the marriage. Right. So this is definitely a wedding. And when they wanted wine at the wedding, the mother of Jesus said unto him, they have no wine at the marriage wedding. Same thing. So, okay, so this is a wedding. So Jesus said unto her, woman, what I have to do with thee? My mind not come. His mother said unto the servants, whatsoever he said, you do it. And 6 water pots of stone, after the manner of the purifying of the Jews, contain 2 or 3 thinkers of God. Jesus said to them, fill the water pots with water, and they filled them up to the brim. And he said, he said to them, draw out now and bear unto the governor of the feast, and they bear it. Okay. So he said, and draw to them, draw out now and bear unto the governor of the feast, and they bear it. When the ruler of the feast had tasted the water that was made wine and knew not whence it was, but the servants which drew the water knew, the governor of the feast called the bridegroom. Okay, cool. So this is definitely a wedding and it's a feast. Okay. And said to him, every man at the beginning does set forth good wine. Now, who is getting actually married? Is this a Roman citizen or an Israelite?
Yeah. So yeah, it doesn't actually say. It just says that there was a wedding. And I don't think it says, as far as I'm aware. I think it just says that the bride or groom comes and says, or somebody says to the bridegroom about most people give the good wine at the beginning and then save the good wine and save the rubbish wine until everybody's drunk, but you've done it the other way around. I don't think we're told exactly who is getting married, as far as what I can remember.
All right. Let me see. So that is John 2. That is John.
So it's John 2:1 through 11. I know that.
And do you know that you yourself, because the debates, they've been tying my tongue and handcuffing me to things that's not that important in the virgin birth. Do you know you yourself have never seen my full argument of the virgin birth? Like,
yeah, I'm sure I haven't.
Yeah, because I got some things for you, like I got some stuff to show you to get your thoughts on it. You know, I never got a chance to ever display it like that. But that's embarrassing. It's like, how do I have an argument for something and never got to it?
Yeah, but feel free to let me know any of those arguments, by the way.
Yeah, so can you see my screen?
Yep.
Okay, so we're looking at the water to wine, and then John 2:11 says this beginning of miracles did, so they're calling him turning the water to wine a miracle. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay, let's go ahead.
That was the first miracle. And the Bible says that he that was his first miracle.
Right. So let's go here. This is, just to be transparent, miracle is Simeon, and look what it defines, or look what we have as a miracle: a sign, miracle, wonder, token.
Mm-hmm.
But this is synonymous with miracles: sign, miracle, a wonder, a sign. Remember, it says an adulterous nation seeks a sign, right?
Yeah.
So we can say adulterous nation seeks a token, seeks a wonder, seeks a
Yeah.
miracle. So when Zacharias,
Well, they literally ask Jesus, what sign can you show us
right,
that this is truth? And that's when he says, "Oh, you won't get it. You don't get a sign like this adulterous nation. A generation will only get the sign of Jonah. That's it.
right.
The
So
miracle of Jonah, basically.
what I want to establish is that when Jesus does a mighty work, so also you'll see a mighty work can be also translated as a miracle. So mighty work, sign, miracle, wonder, these are all interchangeable words. You can use any one to replace anyone. Okay. Anyway, that's all I wanted to show there. So let me get out of there. Okay, so I finally read it. And so after this wedding, he went to Capernaum. He and his mother and his brother and disciples, they continued there not many days. And the Jews passed. So the Passover was separate from this wedding.
Yes. Yeah.
So
This isn't the Passover. This isn't Passover. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so we can even, so we got wine, Okay, cool. So it says feast over here. So we got a feast, we got wine, and we got a marriage. The governor of the feast called the bridegroom. Right. So I'm sure people are going to argue that this is, an Israelite thing happening right now. All right. Okay, no problem. No problem. Yeah. So you have not yet heard the entirety of my virgin birth that I keep adding to, because every time we talk to these guys, I keep finding, you'll bring something, the chat will say something, so I keep adding to my arguments. My argument is nowhere near refined, by the way. You can imagine if I got like 108 slides, there's no way my argument is refined. I don't have it, like, I couldn't just freestyle it or do a presentation and just, it all makes sense. It's going to be, some points of the argument is going to be all over the place. Because I have yet refined that, I have yet been able to format it. Because I don't know which part is more important than the other part. Like what should I have second, third, fourth, what's last? Like Luke 3, like when is that coming to play? Is that third, fourth, which slide should that be? Okay, so but I'm ready with what I got for you. It's a little bit of reading though. Okay, so are you up for this?
Okay. Yeah, I'm okay. I need to leave in about 20 minutes. So
that's perfect.
I don't know how much I'm going to get to hear and see.
That's perfect, because once your 20 minutes will be almost 1 o'clock p.m. our time, and 1 p.m. our time starts the NFL football game. So I'll be getting off exactly when you are ready to get off.
Okay, awesome.
So now let me just share my screen for you. It's sharing now, but let me share it to what I want you to actually see. Okay, are you able to make out? Okay, so you can see those words. I know you can. I thought
yeah, they're not into the way of the Gentiles. Yeah.
So Tone G said, I thought Jesus' first miracle was making the badly cut wood back to its original length.
Huh?
He said Darwin always got tossed over the ship. So Tone G said, I thought Jesus' first miracle was the making the badly cut wood back to its original length. So
I
is
don't
that
even
the
know.
fig tree? Is that the fig tree he's talking about?
I don't know what that is.
When he cursed the fig tree?
Sorry, yeah, I'm not aware
Yeah,
of
so
what that.
explain a little further, Tone G, on that one. So Tone G said, I wish I could turn water to vodka. Read 7 again. I think they talking about Kanye. It's funny.
Ah,
All
right. Okay.
So let me see if my words can. Yeah, so you can see my words. I wonder if I gotta make them bigger. I'll make them slightly bigger because I'm looking in the chat and is yeah. So the chat, if you actually expand your screen to its fullness, you can see my words pretty legibly. Okay. Now, OJ, here we go. So the Hebrew Israelites, they're going to use Matthew's chapter 10 to show you how Israel, this doctrine is only for Israel. Okay. So Matthew's chapter 10, verse 1. And when he had called unto him his 12 disciples, we're talking about Jesus here, he gave them power against unclean spirits to cast them out and to heal all manner of sickness and all manner of disease. So are we on agreement that Jesus gave his disciples power to cast out unclean spirits and to heal all manner of sicknesses and diseases?
Yeah.
Okay, here's a question for you. From your recollection, has his disciples ever casted out unclean spirits or healed the sickness of all diseases?
They did. Peter raised somebody from the dead. But they did come back to Jesus at one point because they couldn't cast out a devil, and
Right.
Jesus said this kind only go out by
prayer
fasting.
and fasting. Right.
Prayer and fasting. Yeah.
So it's interesting because what we're reading is that Jesus' intent for disciples was to actually do these things, but they really never did. Right. So, and what Jesus was saying, he was saying the reason why these guys couldn't do it because they really never believed. They lacked faith.
Yeah, he actually says that as well. Like, you of little faith. I think that was when he said to them, this kind only go out by prayer and fasting. He actually says to them about you don't have enough faith.
Okay. So I want
in that passage where he says, because then came the disciples to Jesus apart and said, so this is in Matthew 17, Matthew 17 verse 19. Then came the disciples to Jesus apart and said, why could we not cast them out? And Jesus said unto them, because of your unbelief. For verily I say unto you, if you have faith as a grain of mustard seed, you shall say unto this mountain, remove hence to yonder place, and it shall remove, and nothing shall be impossible unto you.
Okay.
And then he says, howbeit this kind go out, but by prayer and fasting. So yeah, he admonishes them for their lack of faith on that.
Yeah. So the assignment he had for the disciples, his disciples, that Jesus equipped them to be able to cast out unclean spirits and to heal all manner of diseases and sicknesses. Like that was what he believed he equipped them with, those skills and those abilities. So with those skills, and those abilities, he told them to go not into the way of the Gentiles and into any city of the Samaritans enter ye not, but go rather to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Okay, so it's very clear. He said, go to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. So when he said, go to these people, LJ, is this a designated place, area, or city he's talking about?
I don't think it's a specific place, but
Right. He's talking about lost sheep of Israel, all of them.
Yeah.
Go where they are.
Yeah.
Right? And then he said, when you go where they are, I want you to heal the sick, cleanse the lepers, raise the dead, cast out devils, freely have you received. So he wants them to perform these abilities only on Israel.
Yeah.
Okay. This is the true message. He's telling the disciples, go deal with only Israel. Heal them, guide them, minister unto Israel only. Goodbye, guys. Have a great time on your journey. Okay?
Yeah.
That was the commandment. And that's what
That
the
was.
Hebrew Israelites are going to read openly on their speakers in the streets, in their private classes, their private cult classes. Okay. So now, while he's telling them to not deal with any Samaritans or Gentiles, Jesus, John chapter 4, verse 7, there cometh a woman of Samaria to draw water. Jesus said unto her, give me to drink. Okay, so very clear, chat. So chat, please, for the sake of education, right? We're just talking about what the words say. A woman of Samaria, after Jesus said to the disciples, don't go to Samaria or any Gentiles, only go to Israel. Look where Jesus himself is going. He's going to Samaria because he had to go to Samaria to get to Galilee. Remember, verse 1 says that he was in Judea, leaving there, and he's going to Galilee, but he must go through Samaria first. So he's going through Samaria. And LJ, I believe he said that so they cannot see him interact with these Gentiles and Samaritan people because they're going to judge him. So a Samaritan woman came and Jesus said to her, give me to drink. And verse 8 says his disciples were going away unto the city to buy meat. So the disciples were not around him at this point. So obviously this is different than Matthew chapter 10, right? This is the whole different situation. Okay, so verse 9, it says, then said the women of Samaria unto him, how is it thou, being a Jew, askest drink of me, which is a woman of Samaria? So now, LJ, please, for the sake of comprehension, by that question, do you believe she's a Jew or an Israelite?
She's not a Jew. It classified as like the specifically what was being classified as Jews at the time.
Is she an Israelite?
If you're not going any further, then you wouldn't identify her as an Israelite.
Yeah,
obviously, I think she identifies herself as it.
No, she didn't. But
not there, but later.
No, not anywhere in this chapter, because you're going to make the same mistake the Israelites going to make.
Yeah, I understand. So I'm. Yeah.
Right.
Go on. I'm going to let you.
So there was so now I'm recalling from my years back when I was studying stuff. So I believe there was a war that led these people, the Samaritan people, over to take over Jacob as well. Like I don't know if it's somewhere in Chronicles. I know it's in the Old Testament where there was actual war, which led these foreigners in that area, and they adopted the well as their own. And they adopted Jacob as their father, something like that. But they were never, these people are not Israelites in any way, shape, at all, any form.
Okay.
Okay, so she's adopting Jacob as her father.
Right, okay.
Without actually being an Israelite. Okay, and that's something that I have to prove later. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, but right now, first of all, are Israelite Jews? Are Israelite Jews?
Right. It depends on how we're classifying the term Jew.
Okay, so Apostle Paul, is he a Jew?
Yes.
Is he an Israelite?
Yes.
Right. So the Israelites are Jews. You know, they are Jews. But if you want to get specific, they would tell you that I'm from the tribe of Benjamin. I'm from this tribe, but they call themselves Jews also.
Yeah.
Right. So the point is, when it says
What Jews would have at the original would have been Levi, Benjamin, and Judah. But Jew now just kind of refers to like is just a general term for the being an Israelite. Is they don't call themselves Israelites anymore, do they? Like the Jewish people.
it's just Jews. So
yeah, they just say Jew.
So when Jesus said, okay, so when you see a comparison in the Bible, in the New Testament, when it says neither Jew or Gentile, from my understanding, that is the chosen people versus the non-chosen people.
Yes.
As a collective, right? So when I read Jew in the New Testament, I read Jew as the people of the covenant. That means all Israel. I read Jew represents all of Israel.
Yeah, it was representing at that time. That would have represented everyone.
Right. So when she said how, and look, and it's going to make sense because watch this. I mean, there's no way you can misinterpret this woman as being an Israelite. Watch this. Then said the woman of Samaria unto him, how is it that thou, being a Jew, asketh drink of me, ask a drink from me, which am a woman of Samaria? For the Jews have no dealing with the Samaritans. Now, when the hell didn't Jews deal with other Jews? Like it was like law. Okay. So she said, how you being a Jew ask anything of me? Now, mind you, Jesus commanded his disciples to go to the lost sheep of Israel. I didn't hear the lost sheep of Jews or Judea or the north or the southern region. He said all lost Israelites. That's 12 tribes. Okay. And when he said go to the 12 tribes, the lost 12 tribes, he said go not to the Samaritans. So he made a great distinction that the 12 tribes are different than Samaritans and Gentiles. So for me, there's no confusion here when I read this. Samaritans are Samaritans, Gentiles are Gentiles, and the 12 tribes of Israel are the 12 tribes of Israel. So she said, now this is a Jewish thing because she said, how are you going to ask me to get you a drink when the Jews don't deal with us? Y'all got your nose thumbed up. Like y'all better than us because you guys, the covenant pertains to you guys. You guys are the chosen tribe of, or the chosen people of God. We're not. So Jesus answered her and said, if you knew it's the gift of God, and who is that said, pass me the drink to, you would have asked of him and he would have given you living water. So he's saying, if you knew who I am and you knew who was asking you to get me a simple cup of water, on the exchange, I would have given, you would have asked for me. So I'm asking for you just a quick cup of water that could quench my earthly thirst. But if you would have knew who I was, you would have asked for me, hey, in exchange, let me get that cup of living water. Okay.
She does know that the Messiah is to come. So I'm not saying that makes her an Israelite, but she does know that there was
right.
The Messiah was to come.
Because they've been living in that land and they've been adopting some of their customs. Okay, well, don't worry, I'm going to have something else for you. So keep that in mind. You said that because she was aware of the customs and the Messiah, that somehow put some.
Yeah, it doesn't necessitate. All I'm saying is that she is aware of it. So you obviously have to be. You have to know that. So
I got you. I'm going to show you another Gentile who was also aware of this stuff. A Gentile. Okay. So the woman said unto him, Sir, I have nothing to draw with, and the well is deep. And what is this living water you're talking about? Now she said, are you greater than our father Jacob? So she has adopted Jacob as also her father. She said, are you greater than our father Jacob, which gave us the well, and drink there for himself and his children and his cattle. All right. So she adopted Jacob as also her father. So, and it's funny because the whole New Testament you'll see is dealing with adoptions. Everybody's adopting everybody. Joseph adopted Jesus. Christ adopted, he got adopted sons. She adopted Jacob. Everybody's adopting somebody. Jesus adopted the Jews as Satan as their father. So now Satan has adopted children. So the New Testament is all about being adopted.
Mm-hmm.
So it's funny. So she said, are you greater than our father Jacob? Jesus said to her, whoever drink this water from this well will thirst again. But whoever drinketh of the water that I shall give them shall never thirst again. Okay? Because the water I offer, it springs up from the well, gives everlasting life. Okay. Now, I don't recall him performing a miracle or giving a sign to her. Do you?
Nope.
Okay. So he didn't try, he just gave her a speech, rhetoric. He didn't try to convince her at all with a miracle or sign. He didn't heal her. He didn't cleanse her. He didn't do any of those things. And she said this, sir, give me this water that I thirst not, and that I don't need to draw from. So she immediately believed him without any special sign, token, wonder, or miracle. That's called faith. She believed him just off faith. She didn't need to see something to believe him. And this was a steady act of Gentiles or non-Israelites to do this. Israelites needed signs and wonders. The foreigners did not. This is why I know she's a foreigner. Okay, so verse 19. Then she ultimately said this. She said, I perceive you to be that prophet. Because like you said, she's aware of the verses. Even Philip, wasn't Philip reading? No, wasn't the eunuch reading the scrolls when Philip came to him? Okay. So,
but Jairus as well, the Roman soldier, and actually Jesus says to him,
I'm gonna get there.
Yeah, I've never seen anybody with faith in Israel like this, you know?
Right. So my point is, you would see, it wasn't far-fetched or foreign to see foreigners get acquainted with Jewish laws and customs. Because so that doesn't make her Israelite because she's aware of.
No, you're right, 100%. Yeah.
So she said, I proceed to be a prophet, and she's still going with this father mumble jumble. Our fathers worship in this mountain, and ye say that in Jerusalem, in the place where men ought to worship, right? And Jesus said to her, women, believe me, the hour cometh where you shall not neither in this mountain nor at Jerusalem worship the Father. You worship what you know not. So he told her, like, yo, you don't even know what you're worshiping. You don't know the historical background what you're actually worshiping. We know what we worship. So who is Jesus talking about? So Jesus told her that you and your people worship what you do not even know the background of. When he said we know what we worship, who's the we that he's talking about?
No, he's talking about the Jews, isn't he?
Right. He told you. He said, we know what we worship, you don't. You and your people, your Samaritan people are worshiping what we worship, but you are doing it in vain. We know what we worship because salvation is for us. Salvation at this point was not for you Samaritans. So you're worshiping Jacob in vain. This salvation is for Jews only. So when Jews do this practice that you're doing, it's fitting because salvation is just for them. He said the hour will come, and it now is, when the true worshipers shall worship the Father in spirit and in truth. You see, so now we're talking about something totally different than the salvation stuff. He said the true worshipers will worship the Father in spirit and truth, for the Father seeketh such to worship him. See, so it's not about the physical Israelites or this promise for salvation now. It's about those who seek to worship the Father in truth and spirit. And these are the true worshipers that the Father is looking for. So even though you people were worshiping in vain, it turns out that you and your people could be the true worshipers that the Father's looking for. And verse 24 is God is a spirit, and they that worship him must worship him in spirit and truth. So the woman said to him, I know that the Messiah is coming, who is called Christ. when is he come? He will tell us all things, right? So she's like, she said, like, yeah, I know some stuff you're telling us because the Messiah is going to do this, and he's going to educate all of us on what to do and how to worship correctly. Then Jesus said to her, I am who you speak of. I am that Messiah. Okay, so as he said that, he dropped the mic, and his disciples came back from buying meat. Now, if she's an actual Israelite, the disciples wouldn't respond like this. They marveled that he talked with the woman. Yet no man said, what seekest thou, or why talkest thou with her? Why are they responding like that? Because they know that Jews don't deal with non-Israelites. So they're marveling, why is Jesus talking to this woman of another nation? Like, yo, stick to the script, Jesus. Like, we came to only deal with the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Okay? So this is the conversation that they're having. Remember, I told you that the Bible is funny because it'll be talking about one thing, and then there'll be a distraction, and then it'll continue back to that one thing. So the disciples had interrupted the build between the woman of Samaria and Jesus. So now disciples interrupted. The woman then left her water pot and went away to her city. So now she left. And she said to men, come, see a man which told me all these things I did not know. Is this not the Christ? Then they went out the city and they came to him. They came to Jesus. Verse 39. And many of the Samaritans of that city, who? Is this Israel? 39 tells you exactly who Jesus was talking to. It says, and many of the Samaritans of that city, not people of Samaria anymore, this actual Samaritan people believed on him for the saying of the woman which testified, he told me that all which I ever did. So we're not going to make a mistake here and act like these are Israelites. They are exactly who the Bible said they are. People of Samaria, and now they are actual Samaritans. These are the people Jesus told disciples, don't go to only Israelites. Okay, we're not done. Verse 40. So when the Samaritans were coming to him, who was coming to Jesus? So now I'm not going to do the retardedness what the Israelites does. I'm reading Samaritans, but then I'm supposed to say, no, I'm not reading Samaritans. This must be Israelites because she said Jacob our father. So I'm going to ignore, because he said Jacob our father, I'm going to ignore the word Samaritan from here on. And I'm going to instead, in my crazy mind, replace Samaritans with Israelites. Not me. I'm not that easy beguiled. So it says, so when the Samaritans were coming to him, Samaritans, right? Okay. They besought him that they would tarry with him and abode him 2 days. And many more Samaritans believed because of his own word. So Samaritans, it didn't take much for them to believe that this was the Christ. And you'll see the story keep playing on with Gentile people, non-Israelites, over and over and over, when the actual Israelites, it took way more for them to believe that he was Christ. He had to feed them by the thousands. He had to split, turn water to wine. He had to do all this amazing shit to convince his own people that he was the Christ. But with Samaritans, he just pretty much just say, hey, man, I'm the guy. And they're like, oh, there you are? Okay. So before I go further, let me first, what they call precept, I'm not going to use a precept, but they will call precept. I'm just going to cross-reference what I'm saying. So I'm going to go back to the Bible a second. And I'm going to give LJ Mark chapter 6, verse 4. As my cross-reference, the Israelites would say precept. So Mark chapter 6 to verse 4, it says, but Jesus said unto them, a prophet is not without honor, but in his own country and among his own kin and in his own house. Okay, so a prophet basically has honor everywhere he goes, except for his own country people, his own kinfolk, and in his own house.
Yeah.
So when I'm everywhere but with my own people, I'm honored as a man of who I am. And we see that with the Samaritans. Now, I'm gonna sum it up real fast. I know you gotta go. So I'm gonna go back to Matthew's, but no longer chapter 10. I'm going to go to chapter 15. I'm gonna read this.
The Canaanite woman, yeah?
There you go.
Yeah,
So
and her
now,
daughter.
right. So now, if you believe this Samaritan woman is somehow an Israelite, and then when the Israelites, the black racist Israelites believe that, the comprehension level of a first grader, then you have to also say that this woman, this Canaanite woman, is also Israelite. Now, LJ, do you believe that they also say that this Canaanite woman is Israel?
Don't some try to make her?
Bro, they all do. They all do.
Yeah.
Every last one do. Not some. They all do.
Yeah, they all do.
They all,
Yeah.
because they say that no Gentile, no non-Israelite has found favor with Jesus. Because
Yeah.
if they admit that, then they just debunk their whole only to Israel doctrine.
Yeah, because they do that with the jailer. I can't think of his name. The Roman jailer with Peter.
Bro, they do it with every
all
Gentile who found favor with Christ. They say they are
Yeah.
all lost Israel. They call them Hellenistic Jews.
Yeah,
They are behaving like a Canaanite, but they're not. They're behaving like a Samaritan, but they're not. They're behaving. Okay, so now, real quickly. So Jesus came into the coast of Tyre and Sidon, and behold, a woman of Canaan. Okay, I gotta make this bigger. Make this bigger. Make this font bigger. See, the one thing I don't like to do, I don't like to play retarded. You dig? I ain't got time for that. So, behold, a woman of Canaan. The Canaanites are not Israel. This is the second foreigner that I'm going to show you. It's going to find favor with Jesus, who is not. Let me take off this dark background because the chat can't really see that. In the let me do a lighter one. Here we go. Boom. Okay. So, and behold, a woman of Canaan came out of the same coast and cried unto who? Who they crying to? This is Jesus, because he just came to the coast of Tyre and Sidon. So why is a Canaanite woman crying to a Jew? Because they ain't had no damn dealings. She said, "Have mercy on me, O Lord." So she's calling him Lord, the son of David. She said, "Have mercy." Mercy on me, Lord, the son of David. But the devil, the Canaanite woman, watch this. This is 15. He's keeping to his word now. He entered not a word, because remember, they're not supposed to do anything with these Gentile people. And his disciples came and besought him, saying, "Send this woman away. She's harassing us." But he answered and said, "I am not." This is plain goddamn English here. I don't know how we can. So if you want to argue whether that Samaritan woman is Israel because she said, "Jacob, our father," have fun. But right here, we ain't gonna argue this one. He said, "I am not sent but unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel." So you're telling me that Jesus don't know if this woman is Hellenized or acting the way of a Gentile, but really an Israelite? Are you telling me Jesus don't know that right now? But you stupid ass Israelite, you know this, but your father, Jesus, your king, doesn't know this. Okay, again, I'm not going to play retarded with you guys. I am not sent but unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel. So he made a clear distinction here. Verse 25, then came she and worshiped him, saying, "Lord, help me." What did she do? She worshiped him. She believed who this man is. He don't got to do a sign. He ain't got to do a miracle. He ain't got to feed 5,000 people. He ain't got to bring back Lazarus from the dead. He ain't got to do none of that shit. She came back to him and said, "Lord," and she worshiped him. He still was hardcore to her, cold shoulder. He said to her, "It is not meet to take the children's bread and cast it to dogs." Okay. And she said, "Truth, Lord, yet the dogs eat of the crumbs which fall from their master's table." And you're right, LJ. Now that I read this entirely, Some Israelites will say this is a white woman. Some will, but when you admit that, it's to your own demise. Like this is like admitting Mary this is like admitting Mary's genealogy is from her father through Luke chapter 3. Once you do that, you are worse than a guy who denies that. So once you admit that this woman is actually a Gentile, you can't, you're done. You're done. You are better off saying she's an Israelite and make it harder for me. Okay. So he said he's not going to take the children bread and cast it to a dog. And she said, truth, Lord, yet the dogs eat of the crumbs which falleth from their master's table. And then Jesus said unto her, O woman, great is thy faith. Okay, so now listen, guys. All right. So we need to ask the Israelites, is this woman an Israelite or not? Clearly, he made a distinction. This message is for Israel only and not you dogs, other nations. And she's saying, yes, but other nations like dogs go and grab the crumbs of the food that was for the servants. Even though the food wasn't for us, we gladly take the crumbs that fall to the ground. By her saying that, Jesus come back and say the woman's faith is great. Be it. That word be it that Mary uses with the Holy Spirit, be it. You make this bigger. Like I said, I'm not going to play retarded with these guys. Be it unto thee, even as thou wilt. Now, listen to this is key now. Now we see be it is immediate. He said be it, and the daughter was made whole that very hour. Now we got a time frame for be it. So when Mary said be it, according to thy word, you said I'm going to get pregnant, I will be it. And I argued that she became pregnant right there. Well, now we see be it is immediate. Her daughter was made whole that very hour. It just gets worse for these guys. This is why I'm not going to be able to talk. Shit. Wrong thing. Okay. So now we see be it is immediate, right, LJ?
Yep.
Okay. LJ, are you familiar with Acts chapter 10?
Yep.
Cornelius, right?
Yep. Who they also say is a Israelite.
Okay, yesterday I looked up the Strong's. He's indeed an Italian man. Not only is he an Italian man, he's a powerful Italian man in a position in the Roman army. That means he got men under himself.
But remember, Paul was called a Roman.
Right.
That's the thing, isn't it? It's like just because they're called something doesn't make them that.
Okay, and then that's when I'll say, okay, so then like I said to one Israelite not too long ago with this virgin birth thing, I said, okay, then all Romans are not. So I said, are there any white? This is what I said to him after he said that. I said, are there any white Romans? And this dude was like, he had to think about it. I said, oh my God, are you telling me Romans bunch of black folks? So if Rome is black folks, then the church, the Catholic Church, that's some black shit. Yeah. I get confused. Okay, so if Rome, if now black folks can get credit for Rome, then black folks get credit for the Roman Catholic Church and what it's done to people. And the doctrine.
Remember, they make King James black as well. So
of course, but the problem with that is this: when I went to the Strong's on Cornelius, not only is he like a big dog, like a general with the Roman army, but it actually calls him Italian.
Yeah. Yeah, Cornelius was not not
Well,
anything but
we're
what.
gonna read that Cornelius' identity was the same as the Samaritan. It was the same as this woman. All three people in the actual verses that they're mentioned are seen less than Israel, the lost sheep of Israel, by the way, not the found sheep, not the disciples. These three people, these three individuals were all seen in the very story that they're mentioned in. They were seen as less than Israel, lost Israel.
Mhm.
Cornelius was seen as a devout man. Now, here's the problem with the racist doctrine. If they agree he's Italian, he's white, he's a Roman, then they got to agree that he's called devout Roman by the Bible. So he cannot be a Roman, right? An Italian person. So, but here's the problem with the story, though. The problem with the story is this. Let me bump up. I actually didn't copy and paste that. Oh, shit. I'm in trouble. So I got to go back to the King James. Okay, so, but I'm going to just skim through it real fast. I know time is at the essence here. Thanks. Okay, so let's just get right to it. So there was a certain man in Caesarea called Cornelius. Okay, so like I said, Paul was called a Roman. All right, my boy. So how do we know when somebody's an actual Roman and somebody's an actual Israelite? That dude told me you got to have the spirit. You got to have the spirit to determine who's an actual Roman citizen, European, Italian, Caucasian, and who's actually an Israelite, Black, African American. You got to have the spirit of the Most High to determine that. I said, oh, okay, brother, I'm gonna bid you a great night. You know, I can't talk to you any further. This is not gonna be fun because now I'm gonna get disrespectful. Okay, so there was a certain man in Caesarea called Cornelius, a centurion of the band called the Italian band. If you look at the Strong's for all that shit, you're gonna see that this guy is completely Italian. Okay, if you look up Cornelius, you look up centurion, you look up Italian, band, look up the band. All this is Roman soldiers. They said Paul was a Roman. Was he a Roman soldier or was he called a Roman, by the way, LJ?
Oh, what, the Paul? Yeah, it's
Yeah.
just called a Roman.
Okay. Are you aware of any Israelite Roman soldiers?
No.
Nobody is, except for a Black Israelite racist person. So this guy, Cornelius, was called a devout man and one that feared God with all of his house, I mean, everybody's house. Okay, he always prayed too. He always prayed to God. So when you always pray to God and you're seen as a devout man, in the Bible is consistent, an angel usually visits you to answer your prayers. When you're a devout man or woman in the Bible and you always pray to God, normally an angel comes to visit you and grant you something great. Sarah, Elizabeth, Manoah's wife, let's just keep going. Okay? He was afraid like everybody else. Now, the vision, it says vision, and it doesn't say angel, by the way. It says vision. Let me just be very clear. It says that he was in prayer and he saw a vision. So let me be very clear. I said the word angel. The word angel is not there. Not right now. He saw a vision. And in the vision, here's the angel. An angel of God coming to him and saying, so it ended up being an angel of God through the vision. So in the vision, an angel of God came to him. So that's why I said angel, because I knew this already in advance, but I don't want to confuse people. So it said vision, and then from the vision, he seen an angel of God coming to him. He was afraid like everybody else when the angel visited them. Now, verse 5 tells you what the angel commissioned him to do. The angel said, send men to Joppa and call for Simon, whose surname is Peter. Okay? Lodge with one Simon, a tanner, whose house is by the seaside, and he shall tell you what you ought to do. Okay? And when the angel spake unto Cornelius, so now you missed this, you were asleep last night, but I'm still talking to you like you was awake. So when you were asleep last night, LJ, when the angel spoke to Cornelius, he departed And then Cornelius immediately did what the angel said to do. He didn't wait a year, 5 years, 10 days. When an angel talks to you, it's most and give you instructions, the instructions are most likely immediate unless he tells you a time frame. So once the angel left, Cornelius immediately done what he said to do. He sent 2 of his household servants to go seek out Simon Peter. Okay, again, you gotta be retarded to miss this, or a deceitful piece of shit to deceive people to act like this ain't what it is. And don't forget, LJ, when we debated vaccines versus these same idiots, same people who thought like this, we didn't really care of people, even though we were pro-vaccinations, and we, as simple as I'm sharing the gospel with you guys, this is the same way as simple I made known the science between vaccines and their functionalities. I made it very plain that one of my students can get it. How I know? Because when I was in class, I actually started to teach vaccines to my students and they got it. 7-year-old, they had a couple questions, but eventually they got the role of vaccines. They understood them to be prophylaxis. Okay? That means a preventative measure to something, not a cure, not a remedy. Preventative measures, preventative tools to stop something from happening. In chess, we call that prophylaxis. You can stop an attack from even happening. So when you play chess, you have to think in the mind of your opponent. You have to discover their plan before they execute it. So it's like, LJ, it's like you looking at a 5-year-old kid. The 5-year-old kid's looking around. You notice that there's something on the ground that he cannot touch or it'll go wrong. So you'll see that there's a battery that's not coded and it's small, maybe a battery to a cell phone or a watch. You know that he looked at it, he's going to go grab it and put it in his mouth. Now, the vaccine moment would be take it where he cannot put in his mouth at all. Once he puts the battery in the mouth, you're no longer talking about a vaccine. You're no longer talking about prophylaxis. You're talking about the remedy and cure now to his situation. How am I going to get this damn thing out of his mouth before he swallows it? So we're past vaccines at that point. We're talking about a remedy, maybe a mask from a hospital, or we're talking about, when I say mask, I'm talking about the oxygen mask. Or we're talking about a face shield, just a whatever. But we're past vaccines at this point. And if you swallow it, you're really in trouble because it's uncoded. Okay, so as simple as I explained the science behind the functionality of vaccines, as simple as I'm explaining the true interpretation of the Bible in regards to the virgin birth, or are the Gentiles in favor with God as well, equally, if not better, if not more favorable than God's own chosen people. So Peter, the angel departed and Cornelius immediately did what the angel instructed him to do. He sent 2 men of his household to Peter. Peter became very hungry. Okay, no. Before he became hungry, Peter went up to a housetop to pray about the 6th hour. That don't matter. What matters is that Cornelius went to pray and a vision of an angel approaching him became apparent. Now Peter is going to pray. Okay, so everything else in between, I can skip. I don't even need to read any of that stuff. That's irrelevant. All we need to know is that Peter's going to pray and what's going to happen after he prayed. After he's praying, verse 11, he saw heaven open. I'm sorry. After he went to pray, it's important to read the bottom of verse 10. It says he fell into a trance. And in that trance, he saw heaven open and a certain vessel descending unto him. So that same angel that came to the centurion Cornelius is the same angel appearing to Peter, but Peter's vision is not as clear as Cornelius. He is not directly seeing an angel. He's seeing something descend unto him, but he can't really identify what it is. So we can go all the way down to 13, because a voice came to Peter. Peter thought, and it said, "Rise, Peter, kill and eat." Peter said, "Not so, Lord, for I have never eaten anything that is common or unclean." So this is the important thing in here. Peter said, "I have never eaten anything common or unclean." And that same voice that spake to him a second time said, "What God hath cleansed, thou call not thou common or unclean." All right. So whether you believe this is talking about pork or some type of forbidden food to eat, the vision is saying, do not call anything forbidden or uncommon or clean, that God has actually cleansed. If God cleansed it, it was once bad, now it's good. Okay. So the voice came back a second time. Oh, no. Okay. So it came a second time. It said what it said. So this was done thrice, it says. So the Bible said this was done 3 times. And then the vessel went back up to heaven. So Peter, while Peter doubted in himself what this vision should mean. So again, this is very clear that Peter's vision was not as clear as Cornelius' vision. Cornelius' vision was very clear. An angel came to him and said, "Go send 2 men to Peter." Peter's vision is all over the place. So as Peter is doubting what this vision should mean, those men were sent from Cornelius and had made inquiry for Simon's house and stood before the gate. So these guys are already there. They're already coming up to Peter's house. As Peter's trying to understand his vision, these men are already there. And they asked for Peter. And while Peter was still stuck on that vision, the Spirit came back to Peter and said to him, 3 men seek you. Arise, therefore, and go down and go with them, doubting nothing. Remember, it says Peter was in doubt of the vision. What is this supposed to mean? The vision came back, the Spirit came back to him and said, "Just stop doubting and just go down and meet those men. I don't give a damn how they look. You go meet them." Okay? Just trust God. So Peter went down to the men which were sent unto him from Cornelius and said, "Behold, I'm who you seek, Peter. Why you come here?" And they said, "Cornelius the centurion." I mean, goddamn. It didn't say Cornelius the Jew, the Israelite. It says what it says. And they said, "Cornelius the centurion, a just man and one that feareth God." And now here you go. LJ, this is for you, because you said because she knew Jacob. And okay, well, this guy has good report of all the nation of Jew. So this centurion Roman soldier apparently has good report among all the nation of the Jews. So he must be an Israelite, because the Jews speak highly of him. He would know. So they speak highly of him because he's always praying to their God. He's devout. He has no blemishes, basically, in their eyes. He's not fitting the stereotype of a Gentile, basically. So he has good report amongst Israel. So this centurion, Cornelius, was warned from God by an holy angel to send for thee into your house to hear these words. So these people are here because this Roman centurion, Cornelius, had got a vision from God and through an angel, and the angels had sent these men for you to entertain and accompany. So Peter then called them in, and he went away with them, and certain brethren from Joppa accompanied them. Okay, so now I'm going to skip to verse 25. And as Peter was coming in, Cornelius met him and fell down at his feet and worshiped him. Now, excuse me, LJ, anybody, can y'all give me any scenario where a regular Israelite fell down at the feet of another regular Israelite to worship him. Okay. So we know that the Israelites by other nations were seen as God's chosen people. Okay. And especially if you respected those chosen people as gods, you definitely seen these people as special and above yourself as a Gentile foreigner, stranger. So Cornelius seen Peter above himself because Peter is a true descendant of Israel, and Cornelius is trying to become a convert in some way. So Cornelius fell down to Peter's feet and worshiped him. But Peter took him up, saying, "Stand up, I myself also is a man." And as he talked, many were come together. And then he said unto Cornelius and the people that came there, look what he said. He said the same thing that Jesus said to the woman, and he said the same thing the Samaritan said to Jesus at Jacob's well. He said, you know how that it is unlawful thing for a man that is a Jew to keep company or come into one of another nation. He called this centurion, Cornelius, a man from another nation outside of a Jew. But now the vision came clear to Peter. He said, but God has shown me that I should not call any man common or unclean, because God the Father said, do not call anybody common or unclean that I have cleansed. Okay. So this Gentile was devout and he prayed to God always. And as a result, God has cleansed them, unbeknownst to the Israelites. So he pre-warned Peter, yo, accept this man as your own because I've cleansed him. Okay. So therefore, I came to you without gainsaying as soon as I was sent for. I asked it for what intent you had sent for me. And Cornelius said, 4 days ago, I was fasting until this hour. And he's going to explain the dream with the angels. Okay. And send, in verse 32, send therefore to Joppa and call hither. So he's explaining to Peter what vision he received and why he's inquiring of him. He said, an angel told me to do this. Immediately therefore I sent these men to you, and thou hast well done that you came. Now therefore we are here present before God to hear all the things that are commanded of thee of God. Right? So now this is a kumbaya moment. We are the world. We are the children. We are the ones to make a better day. So let's start giving. There are choices making. We're saving all. And this is the kumbaya moment. Okay, amongst Gentiles, foreign nations, and God's chosen people, the lost sheep of Israel. Then Peter opened his mouth. Now, this is the most important verse. This is the actual lesson of the verse. This entire book, all this is said, even afterwards, we didn't read yet. All of this was done for you to understand verse 34. Then Peter opened his mouth and said, of a truth, I perceive that God is no respecter of persons. That means God don't put Israel above Gentiles and Samaritans, and God don't put Gentile Samaritans above Israel. There's equality with God. So that message 34 is the exact opposite message of the super predators that you call Black Israelites. It's the actual opposite message. They say God is racist, only deal with Israel. And verse 34, Peter understood this message to be God is not racist. God has total equality amongst all races on the face of the earth. Okay. Watch this. 35. But in every nation he that feareth him. So every nation that fears God. Now you could go way back to what's that, Esther 8:17, when all the foreigners then feared God. Matter of fact, let me get that. That's important because it'll make sense. All right. So I hope you guys taking notes. Esther. Oh, okay. I got it. Oh, here we go. Okay, watch this. Verse 17. No. Verse 16. The Jews had light and gladness and joy and honor. So we're talking about actual Jewish people. So we got Jewish people here. And in every province, that means every province, and in every city means every city, whithersoever the king's commandment and his decree came. So in every city and every province where the king's commandment and his decree came, the Jews had joy and gladness and feast and a good day. And many people of the land became Jews. Why? For the fear of the Jews fell upon them. Okay? The fear of the God of the Jews fell upon them. They became Jews once the fear of the Jewish God came upon them. Let's go back. 35. But in every nation, same language here, every nation, every province, every city, whosoever, every nation, he that feareth him and worketh righteousness is accepted. So, what? I mean, goddamn. Do we speak English or not? Every nation that feareth God and worketh righteousness is accepted with God. The word which God sent unto the children of Israel, preaching by the Jesus Christ, he is Lord of all. That word I say, you know, which has published throughout all Judea and began from Galilee after the baptism which John preached, how God anointed Jesus of Nazareth with the Holy Ghost and with power, who went about doing good and healing all that were oppressed of the devil, for God was with him. Emmanuel. There you go. Emmanuel. And we are witnesses of all things which he did, both in the land of the Jews and Jerusalem, whom they slew and hanged on a tree. God raised him up the third day and showed him openly, not to all the people, but unto the witnesses chosen before of God, even to us, who did eat and drink with him after he rose from the dead. And he commanded us to preach unto the people and to testify that it is he which was ordained of God to be judge of the quick and dead. To him give all the prophets witnesses that through his name, whoever believe, like I said earlier, whoever believe in him shall receive the remission of sins. While Peter spoke these words, the Holy Ghost fell on him. The Holy Ghost fell on all them which heard the word. It does not say all Jewish people. It says all that heard him. 45. And they of the, now we're talking about Jewish people, and they of the circumcision which believed were astonished. Okay? And they of, now we're talking about Jewish people. And they, so when it says the Holy Ghost fell on all of them, if this was going to be Jewish people, it'll say circumcision, it'll say Jewish people, it'll say the lost tribe of Israel, something like that. It says all fell on them. The Holy Ghost fell on everybody that was there, that heard the word. That's everybody. And they of the circumcision which believed were astonished. They were astonished that all people had experienced the Holy Ghost, regardless that they were not of Israel. And as many came with Peter, because that on the Gentiles, what happened? Because that on the Gentiles also was poured out the gift of the Holy Ghost. I will drop my mic there. Wait, 46. For they heard them speak with tongues and magnify God, and answered Peter, can any man forbid water? Talking about the word of life, the word of life, the word, the gospel. Can any man, the black Israelites are doing that. They're forbidding the living water, that these should not be baptized, which have received the Holy Ghost as well as we. Excuse me. Peter's here clearly talking about Gentiles have also received the Holy Spirit as the Jews, the Israelites. So how are we going to forbid them baptism, the baptism of water, if they are also experiencing the Holy Spirit like us? 48. And he commanded them to be baptized. Who is the them? The them is the Gentiles. He commanded the Gentiles to be baptized in the name of the Lord, then prayed them to tarry certain days. Listen, the only way a black retarded Israelite can beat me in any debate or attempt to is to not let me talk. This is in plain English. You could run to the Greek all you want. I'm going to stay in plain English. Yeah, the watcher, I see that Lullos. All right. So what do you think about that, LJ?
I agree with virtually everything you said. I just listened to what you were saying. I've got lots of verses that I can use to, or you may be aware of them as well. So I've got lots of verses that will back up what you're saying. I mean, obviously, I agree with 100% with the statement that kind of like everybody can be saved and stuff. So yeah, I've got plenty of verses that I can use to go along with that. I like some of it actually. What you stated, I probably hadn't even really thought about before. Right. I'm going to go back and really look into the Samaritan woman. I think that was that part was good.
LJ, the reason why you didn't think of it before is because I've been on both sides of the table. I've also been an Israelite. So
I thought she was. Yeah, I was under. I wouldn't have said that I was like. I would have said yeah, she was definitely an Israelite. But I probably, until you broke it down on her, the other ones that I've argued and I've written on. Those are clear. The Samaritan woman, but I'm already changed my view on that. I'm going to go back and study that a bit more. I'm happy that I changed my view. Right. I wasn't convinced that she was an Israelite, but I was willing to accept it with her. Right. But yeah, I think that your breakdown of that actually destroys that. So I'm going to go back and study the land that Jacob gave, and the war that you talked about.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm telling you. Yeah.
I'll definitely go back and have a look at that. Obviously, the rest of it. I mean, there's so many other verses that can be used along with it to show that it's all about this. The Samaritan woman, the Canaanite woman, Jairus, Cornelius, all show that it isn't about bloodline. It's all about faith. It's all about the faith. And there's so many verses that we can utilize to go along with that. I mean, in Matthew, when you talked about go not into the Gentiles, where the word there is ethne, Gentiles is ethne.
Okay, wait, okay, go ahead.
All right. In Matthew, so he says, do not go into the way of the Gentiles, which is the Greek word ethne for Gentiles. In Matthew 28:19, Jesus explicitly says, go to the Gentiles. After he's died and resurrected, he comes back and he says, now go to the Gentiles, to the same people that he said don't go to. Right. Now he's telling them to go. All right, so that's the ethne there. So he literally states that in Matthew 28:19. But yeah, some of that was I like that. But there's so many verses like that can be used. So I don't know if you've got 2 minutes just to. Can you bring up some verses that I want to just show you? You may fully be aware of these, but I'll go through them and you can say, yeah, I know that one. You probably do.
All right.
So we've got I'm going to say go to Romans 2:28 and 29. Romans 2, yeah, 28 and 29.
So we have Romans 2 right here. This is 28. Okay, right. So it says, for he is not a Jew, which is one outwardly, neither is that circumcision, which is outward in the flesh. But he is a Jew, which is one inwardly, and circumcision is that of the heart in the spirit, and not in the letter, whose praise is not of men, but of God.
Yeah. So a Jew is one inwardly, is a circumcision of the heart. It doesn't, the circumcision that the Jews have, that means nothing. That doesn't make them a Jew. Then we've got, Galatians, I'm going to save the Romans one for last, that Romans one. Romans, no, so Galatians 3:7 to 3:9. Galatians 3:7.
Therefore, that they which are of faith, the same are the children of Abraham. And the scripture, foreseeing that God would justify the heathen through faith, preached before the gospel unto Abraham, saying, in these shall all nations be blessed. So then they which be of faith are blessed with the faithful Abraham.
Yeah. Now, so there's, go down to verse 16 and 17 as well. So I think it's in there, 16, 17, 18.
Where, in the same chapter?
Yep, in the same one. So just explains it a little bit more.
Now to Abraham and his seed were the promises made. He said not into seeds as of many, but as one. Yeah, I got this one in my notes. And to thy seed, which is Christ. And this I say, that the covenant that was confirmed before of God in Christ, the law, which was 430 years after, cannot disannul, that it should make the promise of none effect. For if the inheritance be of the law, it is no more of a promise, but God gave it to Abraham by promise.
Yeah. And the last one, which is in Romans 9.
You know what? I got Romans 9. That's in my notes.
Yeah, Romans 9, 6 through 8. Yeah.
Okay, let me go ahead and do that. Wait, let me first.
6 and 8, because we get a special word in here.
Wait, Galatians, that was Galatians 3?
Yeah, Romans, so Romans.
Yeah, hold on. I'm just putting this in my. Okay. All right, so now we're back at Romans. Oh shit. Okay, you said 9 verse 6.
Verse 6.
Not as though the word of God have taken none effect, for they are not all Israel which are of Israel, neither because they are the seed of Abraham are they all children. But in Isaac thy seed shall be called. That is they which are the children of the flesh, these are not the children of God. Wow. But the children of the promise are counted for the seed.
Counted for the seed. What's the word there?
Oh, that's a good one.
But the children of the promise, not the flesh, are counted as the sperma.
Wow.
So that's the word there for seed is sperma. So that it's not the children of the flesh that are counted as children of God, but the children of the promise. And we've already seen that the children of the promise are the ones of the faith, not of physical blood. The blood. It's the faith.
Yeah,
So yeah, and that's sperma there as well. So
yeah, that's gonna be a big one. Yeah. So you see how long it took me to read Acts chapter 10? Can you imagine me trying to read that in a debate?
yeah, yeah.
It took forever to read it straightforward.
Yeah, that's the problem with a debate, is that you're only going to get very limited amount of information, and that's if you had like specific time in order to be able to do it. Like if some people, in certain debates you've got like a 10-minute opening and then a 5-minute rebuttal type thing. When the fact is that like they get 15 minutes and you get 32 seconds,
right?
You're not really being able to present an argument. So
LJ, do you know I was part of a large, like, we did, like, so you guys, the UK, you guys are responsible for the anti-vaxxers of the world, by the way. Okay, they all, yeah, the father comes, Andrew Wakefield comes from UK. Okay, so he's the father of the movement of anti-vaxxer. He's definitely the father of it over here in America. Okay, so you guys usually start over there, can't get anywhere, and then come over here. Okay, that's how it works with you guys. You guys try to make it pop in your own land, and when it doesn't happen, you flee to America for your second chance.
over to America.
Yep, for your second chance.
Put it out over there.
So Andrew Wakefield couldn't do much in Britain. Like, they actually silenced him over there. They silenced him. They took his credentials. They kicked him out of academia and medicine, by the way. He was a scientist. He was a scientist, and he was banned in the UK. So his career is over. So he left there and came to America and resurrected his career and started a larger anti-vaxxer movement over here. And we've been the anti-vaxxer movement ever since. So anyway, I went to a debate December 15th. I was part of a debate December 15th, 2019, right before the pandemic. And we were debating vaccines. So we were debating vaccines before pandemic, where nobody even cared to know about a vaccine because it wasn't important. We were debating vaccines way back then. So that was the thing before this Israelite thing. We didn't debate a bunch of stupid Israelites. We actually debated the anti-vaccine movement, like the actual people that's keeping it alive in America. So you said that they get 5 minutes to argue and I get 23 seconds to rebut. That was actually the very format against those guys in Harlem. We debated in Harlem, New York, and that was actually the format. When they got done with all their claims, each claim, matter of fact, LJ, they would say about 20 claims about vaccines. We literally had 1 minute to, I'm not lying, LJ. We really had either 1 or 2 minutes to rebut all those damn claims. So it's like, if you got truth on your side, why do you want to time restrain me?
Yeah. Right. I have to go. I stayed almost an hour later than I had anticipated.
Yeah, well, same here, because I haven't watched 1 second of football just yet, and I'm like,
yeah. But I am gonna go. But yeah, this is interesting, and we need to go back through all of this again. I've got a lot to offer myself, which I'm sure that you're fully aware of anyway. But yeah.
Yep. So then, like, next time I gotta go over some, like, again, it's gonna take a couple lives for you to see my entire argument of virgin birth. But I'm gonna go next time we get on. I'm gonna go over some things I have not shown you, and I'm gonna get you.
I'd be interested in going through the virgin birth, the stuff that you haven't presented, like not in the debates, because you didn't present kind of anything because they didn't allow you to, but you haven't presented here. That's what I'm more interested in.
Yeah. All right. So you'll be free when?
So I'm gonna be gone for about. So what is it now? 7 o'clock. So probably about 3 hours.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. maybe a little bit less than that, but I've got to go off and do a little bit of running about, and depends on about traffic and stuff when I'm driving. So
right,
we'll
well, I'm
see.
gonna enjoy
Probably about 3 hours, I would have thought.
I'm gonna play live. I'm gonna play chess live again for those who are entertained by that, and I'm gonna watch
I'm
football.
going to send you a message. I'll send you a message when I'm back anyway.
Okay.
Just to see whether you're still about.
All right. I'll talk to you later.
All right. See you in a bit.
Peace. Okay. So for everybody who's sticking around, I'm going to watch football in the background while I share my screen while I play some more Blitz chess. Now, Watcher, the Watcher, get nervous. You see my 1 minute rating is at 1506, the Watcher. I don't know if you've seen it or not, but I'm gonna show you in a second. Let me first pull up. By the way, I don't watch football games unless it's on a Thursday, Monday, Sunday night. I only watch Red Zone. So don't invite me to your Sunday afternoon house to watch football if you're not going to have Red Zone. I'm least interested. I'm going to say no. Or if I do come, I will make sure you have a strong Wi-Fi, and I will bring my iPad where I can watch Red Zone at your house from my iPad. And I will do it like that. There's no way I'm going to go to your house and watch a single game and can't at the same time watch my Red Zone. You single game guys are fanatics in football. To me, you're kind of feminine. And I like the sport. So a lot of you guys don't really like football. You just like your team. So if your team lose, your whole Sunday's screwed, and you don't really watch other games. If your team wins, you're happy. You still don't watch other games. You're not really a fan of football. I watch football. I watch all the games. Okay, I'm a fan of NFL football. I'm more of a fan of NFL football than I am of NBA basketball. So I might be some of you guys are NBA basketball. NBA basketball, I'm not as a fan of the sport like I am NFL football. I'll explain. So in NFL football, I watch almost all the games. NBA basketball, I'm selective on what teams I watch. I like watching Golden State. I like watching my team, which is Atlanta Hawks. I like watching Milwaukee Bucks. I like to watch the Brooklyn Nets. I like to watch the Los Angeles Lakers. Sometimes I might go check out Memphis. Sometimes I might check out the Sixers sometimes. Like, they're not the most entertaining team to watch, by the way, the Sixers. So I might not watch them all the time. But I might go watch Luka sometimes, but that's probably about it. I might watch LaMelo Ball here and there, but really, I'm not really interested in watching the Houston Rockets versus Blazers. I'm not interested in watching the Washington Wizards versus the Indiana Pacers. Like, you probably won't catch me watching that game at all. I'm not interested in watching the Orlando Magic versus the San Antonio Spurs. I'm not interested in watching the New York Knicks versus the Chicago Bulls. So most of the games in the NBA, most of the teams in the NBA, I'm not even interested in watching them. So I'm like you when it comes to NFL football, where you just watch your team and that's it. NBA basketball, I really just like the team I like to watch, and that's it. I'm not interested in any of the other games, especially this year. It's been like, to me, the NBA has been a real disappointment this year. Okay, it's been terrible. And this is the first time I felt like that about the NBA, and it's funny because the NFL has been different. The NFL has been the best it's ever been in like the last 5, 6, 7 years because it's so unpredictable. That Justin Fields just got sacked, blindsided sacked, and fumbled the ball in a 3-0 game. That's the thing about Justin Fields. Like, dude, come on, you got it. They recovered it, but dude, come on, man. You sitting there thinking you got all that time, like your quarterback instincts got to be like, yo, somebody got to be around me. Your Russell Wilson is so traumatized. that nobody's near him, and he'll start. This guy fumbled the ball. Yo, Kansas City, yo, Kansas City cannot get out their own way, man, for shit. They cannot get out their own way for shit, yo. They're always turning the ball over. When they lost to the Bengals, when they lost to this team, the Buffalo Bills, they're always in their own way with turnovers. And they almost lost last week. Mahomes threw 3 interceptions. They're always in their own way with turnovers. So now in the 7-7 game, Justin Fields is strong as shit, bro. This little guy is strong as shit, man. This guy cannot be tackled by one man. Oh my, Justin Fields. He's probably not more entertaining than Lamar Jackson as far as running ball, but I'm a dare to say that Justin Fields is a more effective. I don't know what words to use. Like when he runs the football, he's more dangerous than Lamar Jackson and any runner in the NFL. Justin Fields is the most dangerous quarterback in the NFL. There's nobody that's a greater threat than him when he runs the ball. Go watch the Chicago Bears highlight just now. Lamar Jackson can juke and maneuver you, but if you hit him, he's going down. This dude Fields is hard. He's unbelievably strong. He just ran a touchdown by breaking off like he didn't juke guys like Lamar Jackson and Michael Vick. This guy broke. Yeah, he did some Adrian Peterson shit just now. He just did some Adrian Peterson shit just now, where he can juke you or throw you off of him. So it wasn't a touchdown. He stepped out, but the tackles he broke, there's no other quarterback. So he's pretty much Josh Allen. And I'm going to throw Burrow because Burrow's strong as shit too. So I'm going to say as far as strength, he's Josh Allen and Joe Burrow mixed with Lamar Jackson and Kyle Murray. That's what he is as a runner. So if he ever is able to get his arm correct, where he can throw that ball like that and read the defenses and avoid sacks and turnovers, bar injury, he's going to be I'm going to say it first, bar injury. If he's get a good quarterback coach, he's going to be the best quarterback hands down in the next 3 years. There'll be nobody even close to him. If he's able, this is contingent. This is contingent on him being able to read defenses and throw the ball more accurately to his open receivers. If he's able to do that in the next 2-3 years, he's going to be hands down the best quarterback in the NFL and probably than we ever seen before. This guy, they can't tackle this guy. And I've been seeing this game after game after game after game after game. They can't tackle. He's literally Russell Wilson on steroids. Without I'm saying without throwing the ball. I'm saying, don't forget, keep in mind, I'm saying without throwing the ball. I'm saying just running as a runner. He's Russell Wilson on steroids. That's Justin Fields. Yeah, Keenan. I'm on their heads. Yeah, I can do a worse job. So I'm actually doing the Israelites a favor by debating the virgin birth. If I was to stomp on their core doctrine, which is it's all about Israel and the Gentiles, white folks, nobody. If I was to go over there, so they should be thankful I'm on the virgin birth. I might do that next. Yeah, but Justin Fields got to be, if he can get, thank you there, Indigenous. I didn't read your comment. Thank you there. Thank you there for the credit. Yeah, the story of the Good Samaritan, right. But people will try to make you believe that that's talking about an Israelite because she said our father Jacob. And I'm going to tighten up on that. So I'm ready for that goofy rebuttal. So the running back for Kansas City fumbles the ball, and the quarterback for the Houston Texans run the ball. Kansas City just in their own way. But they had a bunch of the fact that the Bengals was able to do that to them. They turn the ball over late and they lose to the Bengals. Kansas City this ain't their year. They gonna have a decent year on like their record gonna look good on paper, and their success this year gonna look good on paper. But their team is not a championship team. The Eagles, if they can get past these Bears, these Bears are all over them. But they could lose to the Bears and they'll still be the favorites because what other quarterback besides the Buffalo Bills will be a problem for the Eagles? So the Eagles have a great shot of winning the NFL. I mean, winning winning the Super Bowl if they can avoid the Buffalo Bills. So if I was an Eagle fan, I would be hoping not to see the Minnesota Vikings or San Fran tough too. Yeah, so if I was the Eagles, the Vikings, they're weak. I will be trying to avoid the San Francisco 49ers. To be honest, if I was the Eagles, if I was an actual true fanatic of the Eagles, the team from the NFC I would be avoiding the most will be the San Francisco 49ers. And the team on the West, the team on the West. The team on the West that I'll be avoiding the most would be the Buffalo Bills. I think the San Francisco 49ers and the Buffalo Bills are the only two teams who can actually stop the Eagles' NFL's Super Bowl hopes. Uh-oh. Hurts just threw a pick. I hope the receiver didn't fall down, because that's the worst way to throw a pick is when you're. I hope for Jalen Hurts this was just a bad throw, because I hate when a receiver falls down and you get that pick. Luckily for the Bears, that they're known to blow leads and lose the game. No, that was a bad thrown ball. I see the replay. That was a bad thrown ball out of anticipation. That was just a bad thrown ball by Jalen Hurts. That was just a bad thrown ball. Like, he has to read better than that. Those mistakes versus the Buffalo Bills with their defense, the Niners, we don't know. Purdy, the quarterback Purdy, we don't know. But we know about Allen. So we don't know about Purdy, but we know about Allen. You can't make that mistake with Josh Allen. He's official. He's a top tier quarterback. Top 10 definitely, maybe even top 5. He's definitely in my top 5 for most feared quarterbacks. I root for other teams. I don't root for Buffalo Bills, but that's a team that I hate to root. I hate for the team I root for to play against, because that's a tough team, and Allen's a tough guy to beat. They're 11-3 for a reason, and the games they lost, they could have won those games. They could be 13-0. Did they take any large losses? Not sure. All right, so here come the Bears' second possession. So Justin Fields, he's running. They can't tackle him. They can't first down. They can't. They can't tackle this guy. He's more of a Michael Vick than Lamar Jackson. Because Michael Vick for the Falcons, he literally just hiked the ball and ran. Lamar Jackson throws the ball. You know what I mean? You got Andrews is a dope tight end. Fields just hiked the ball and go. Like Michael Vick. And they can't tackle this guy. Yeah, I wish he works on his arm and reads defense. I wish, man, because he'll be I'm telling you, he'll be a Russell Wilson type quarterback. but he'll be even better because he's a better runner than Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson had big moments. He'll run for a big first down, but he's not running for a touchdown, 30, 40, 50 yards like Justin Fields. If Justin Fields had the openings as Russell Wilson, he'd have been. If Justin Fields can get Russell Wilson's IQ under center, I'm saying he's going to be the best quarterback in the NFL, hands down. Nobody will be even close to him. You want to be close to him. The Bears may go to win 3 chips in a row. That pass he just threw, Justin Fields, was horrible. Okay, so my prediction, don't worry about it, because it looked like he's not even going to have a chance to make me correct. If you keep throwing passes like that, that pass was fucking terrible. Oh, no, okay, he got hit. He got hit in the arm, okay. I'm about to say, that pass was horrible. He got hit in the arm. And the thing about the Bears, although they're not scoring a lot of points, is that when they have the ball, because Justin Fields running the ball, they're taking so much time off the clock. So it's like almost impossible to beat them. So yeah, see, the thing about Justin Fields right now, he's taking, like Michael Vick and Russell Wilson, he's taking, and like Lamar Jackson, they're taking horrible sack losses. So a sack loss that could have just been 8 yards, because he's trying to escape it, it's becoming a sack loss of 15 or 25. Like Michael Vick, like Lamar, like Russell Wilson. And that's the risk they'll take to escape a sack and make a great play. Donovan McNabb wasn't doing that. He was a decent runner too, but he was not trying to avoid a sack to lose 15 yards to make a great play. So now they got to kick a field goal, which is going to be longer, way longer, and troublesome than what they had. Ants go marching one by one, hurrah, hurrah. Ants go marching two by two. So if y'all don't mind, I'm gonna play a little more chess. Since you guys not talking anyway. I'm gonna play a little more chess. And let me put this volume on low so my computer don't pick it up to get me flagged.
Nice punt there by the Saints.
It don't get me flagged. You dig? All right. So let's play chess while I'm live. It'll give me more. It'll make me want to win more. Try harder in front of you guys. And see if I can get blown out by Houston. So I'm at 1506. Let me first take a picture to show my boy, because we be playing chess and bragging. The Watcher, you there? The Watcher, are you there? Do you see my rating at the bottom? Well, you see the award. You see the award. It said New Bullet Award 1500. So The Watcher, your boy is at 1506. My chess rating is 1506 while playing 1 minute chess. Not 10 minutes, not 15, no increments. 1 minute chess. I was able to get that to 1506. Okay. I haven't played slow chess in like probably 2-3 years. So if I'm 1506 with no time to think, so I'm probably a master if I play regular chess. I'm interested to see how good I am if I play a slow game. But my zero patience at this point, I just can't do a 10-minute game. I mean, yeah, I just can't. So let me grab my phone, take a picture, show my boy.
Bears just punted with the Bears touchdown, there was some boos in the stand at Soldier Field when the Bears elected to do this. They down the punt inside the 10.
I just checked the baby. He sleep. Okay, so let me take a picture.
The New Orleans Atlanta game goes to the 2-minute break. We don't have anyone in the red zone at the moment but the Cowboys in a 2-minute drill.
The Cowboys are looking good. They pointed up on the Jaguars. The Jaguars, Trevor Lawrence showed some signs of, that he could be pretty good. But then he'll go back to signs of not looking pretty good. All right, let me send this. Oh yeah, I can eat. I drank coffee. Damn. He dropped that. Oh, this dude is trash, bro. That's crazy. That would have been a hell of a catch. This dude dropped the ball wide open for Kansas City. That is crazy.
Let's show you what just happened maybe in the Jets-Lions game. That game, two of these games are in a 2-minute drill here, and we just had quarterback sack against Zach Wilson. Oh, it's going to bring it forward. He's going to 3rd and 27 for the Jets. As you noted just back last week,
Okay.
getting back into the attack there in your midfield. So the Jets had it at the 33-yard line. They are now backed up to the 50. Time package here. Detroit at 20 and counting up to this first half.
What play was that from the Cowboys? That shit was trash. Ooh, he caught it. That was a hell of a play by Patrick Mahomes. That was a hell of a play. That was a hell of a play of Patrick Mahomes. He took a big hit too. I love the Houston Texans jerseys, yo. That's why when Deshaun Watson was there, it looked dope. That jersey looked dope. Baby has woken up. I know his diaper got nothing but pee in there. Yeah, that defense is all over Patrick Mahomes. But when they don't get him, it's a big play. But I hate when, the dude from Kansas City, the dude Punch Arrow, the bum that fumbled, he gave the ball. He gave him a touchdown. All right, let me play some chess while we watch the football game. It's just too much action. I can't play right now. It's too much action. I think McKenzie killing him. That's his name? No, McKinnon. All right, let's go. Let's get start the game. What I'm doing is called a French defense. Okay. So this looks like we're both going to try to castle early. Let's go marching one by one, around. Let's go marching two, around. Oh, this guy's moving fast. Okay. Shake it fast. Watch yourself. Shake it fast. But show me what you're working with. Shake it fast. Watch yourself. Yeah, whatever. Yeah. Okay. Let's go marching one by one, around. Let's go marching one by one. Thank you. Okay, I don't believe he's gonna win this game with my knight versus bishop. I'm sorry. I'll take it. Uh-oh, yeah. Okay, it's either gonna be a draw or I won. Or I lost. I spoke too soon. Okay, so now I gotta play for a draw. I spoke too soon. Man, where's the time? How much time do I got? How much time did he have? He had 9 seconds over me. Yo, I'm not even sure if that was a time lag or not. Yeah, he had 9 more seconds than me. I took that much longer to move. It took me that much. It took me that much. I don't believe he had that much of advantage on moves. I don't believe that. I don't believe I was moving that much slower than this guy. So let's see right now. I'm gonna move faster. Let's go marching to my two around. Okay, I'm just looking around. Seeing what I got, seeing what I got, seeing what I got. Well, what do I have here? Well, I done a fucking blunder. He didn't catch it. He didn't catch the blunder. He didn't catch the blunder. So let me get out of there. Let me get out. That was a blunder what I just did. Okay, so now I have no real plan. That's why I'm playing bad. I'm falling for anything 'cause I'm not really looking at anything. Okay. Okay. The ants go marching 2 by 2. Hurrah, hurrah. Okay. Okay. I got 7/10 of a second. Damn. All right, now that one I took long. I ain't gonna lie. That one I took long because I had a bad plan to start with, and then I stuck with it. I was supposed to abandon the bad plan. I stuck with the bad plan, and it got me taking that L. I was supposed to abandon that bad plan.
The Jets, 25 seconds left. They go empty back in. So this is an aggressive play formation, at least, for the young quarterback. And Zach Wilson takes the snap. He's got a big arm.
Wait, he hit my hand.
Bolts there at the red zone shot. And meanwhile, he's down under. Time out here.
Bye.
Second. And they got a chance.
The ants go marching 2 by 2. Hurrah, hurrah. Ants go marching 2 by 2. Hurrah, hurrah. Oh, fuck. I didn't get that move by him at all. Yeah, he lost his game. Check. Yogi, can't grab my arm, okay? Yeah, he lost easily. The baby, it's like the baby knows I'm playing chess. Like he never grabs my arm until I play chess. Yeah, and he grabs the right arm. Like, yo, why don't you grab the other arm? Yeah, I blew him out right here. Oh, that was a nice catch there for Kansas City. Wow, that's a good throw and crazy catch. Scantling. Is that guy from Green Bay? UK control peace, man. Okay. The World Cup. We don't watch the World Cup over here. We watch NFL football. Yeah, so like soccer is not a big thing with American citizens at all. It's like the bottom. It's like the bottom sport for us. Like there's so many sports that we do above soccer as an American, like like American citizens. Like I ain't talking about immigrants getting citizenship. I'm talking about American citizens. We do basketball, football, baseball. We do tennis. We do hockey. We do all these things before soccer. Foreigners from other lands came over here and made soccer pop or made it like relevant. But yeah, no, that's not. Even though Americans play it, it's not something where parents. It's a big thing where I can't even say that. It's not. It don't draw attendance from a lot of Americans. And I would say it don't draw enough money from Americans. We're not paying to watch a soccer game. And we ain't even taking our dates to go see a soccer game. Yeah, let's go see this. No. You're not gonna find amigos at a soccer game. Let's put it like that. You ain't gonna find amigos at a soccer game. Or any of the hottest rappers. You're not gonna find them at a soccer game. The Kansas City Kickers, he's completely trash, man. He's completely Oscar the Grouch. He's a trash man. He's completely garbage. Kansas City was only able to put up 13 points at the half for a booty team like Houston. On Houston's defense, a booty defense like Houston, they put up 13 points and he barely got 13. Houston is blitzing the shit out of Patrick Mahomes. Okay, so the Eagles finally score. I think Hurts ran that one in. Detroit and Jets, that's a great game. I'm surprised. Jets got a good defense. Jets just be having horrible quarterbacks. And when they finally drafted the black quarterback and Geno Jennings, he was never like he should never been the first black quarterback the Jets got. Because you talk about a bust, Geno, nobody want to say it, but Geno Jennings was a bust coming out of college. College, he was the man, putting up hella points. What's that? West Virginia. He was putting a hella points over there. He had games. We had 8 thrown touchdowns. He come to the NFL, it just never equated, man. Until now. Now the Geno Smith you're seeing. I hope I say Geno Jennings. But the Geno Smith you're seeing now has finally amounted to some of the hype that he got coming from college. But had he been this guy drafted in his second, third year for the Jets, then it'd have been pretty decent. I ain't gonna say they would have did anything, but it'd have been pretty decent. Okay. So Geno Smith is playing decent now. But the Jets right now, all they need is a strong quarterback. They was talking about a hypothetical trade between Daniel Jones and Zach Wilson. The Giants and Jets do a swap. Like Jacobs, I do see him better than Zach Wilson. I think they'd be slightly better, but I just don't see like a big significant change. I think there's other quarterbacks that can come to the Jets to make them better because their defense is pretty good. They got good running game. They got some decent receivers. They're not trash. They just need a decent quarterback to come in. Okay. Matt Ryan was part of another embarrassing comeback again. Like the dude, he's gonna be on suicide watch, bro. That dude, Matt Ryan, is gonna be on suicide watch. He's again on the wrong side of history playing quarterback for a team that had a blowout win just to lose the game.
Sam Darnold tried to answer back, 3rd and goal. Darnold scrambles. DJ
That was a great pass.
Side of the pylon there, and Darnold ties this game up at 7. Starting today for the Kenny Pickett turns his hands off of the goal line, and that one, Jalen Warren will do the honors. So a couple couple of goal line touchdowns for Pittsburgh, one goal line touchdown for the Carolina Panthers. That game's a 14-7 Pittsburgh lead at the half. By the way, a couple of things on this game. I was going to tell you, Charlotte, Carolina Panthers, Charlotte, but we do want to let you know NFL Network Christmas Eve, which, by the way, NFL Red Zone will be seen on Christmas Eve. We are going to be back. I believe it's the first time ever we've had 2 NFL Red Zone episodes in the same week. This one today, and then Saturday, NFL Red Zone, 12 games.
You know what? Let me go to the Strong's Concordance on something. Which I didn't think of before.
Games to come back out great. We've got an NFC South matchup at the Caesars Superdome. It's the New Orleans Saints facing rookie quarterback Desmond Ridder. Ridder, the former Cincinnati Bearcat, getting his first NFL snaps today in for the injured Marcus Mariota. But it was Andy Dalton.
All right. So let me look up something real fast. Let me see what.
It was a 7-0 lead, but you know they have a 2-quarterback system. When they want to go to the gadget plays, they go Taysom Hill and just straight drop back NFL quarterback.
So
Taysom Hill throws it deep over the middle, finds a soft spot.
now that I'm here,
Yard catch and run. The Saints would jump on top 14-0. Falcons could only manage.
Okay, so the tools.
The 76th player taken in the draft this past year. Just 7 of 16, 49 yards. Struggling for the
Okay, there we go.
Tyler
Let's get some back. Let's get some. Okay, there we go. There we go. That's not.
Second half, win this game, the Cowboys lock up a postseason berth for the second straight year.
Okay, so that's not what I'm looking for. Okay, so that's not what I'm looking for. That didn't help out at all. All right. What is that? Okay. Commentaries. Okay, so the Blue Letter Bible is not giving me what I'm looking for. I don't know why this I don't know why this pop-up keep happening on my damn iPad. Like why does the iPad with the damn pop-up? How do I block this? Just keep coming up. All right. I got this thing keep popping up. It's just pissing me off. How do I? How do I? How do I? How do I interface with my heart? Ooh. Ooh. How do I keep the faith with my heart? Ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Who's gonna love you? How that song go? I believe the children are our future, even when they let them think today. So the more the beauty of the side, give him a chance. Sometimes they make it easier. Let the children laugh to remind us how we used to be. I decided long ago never to walk in anyone's shadows. If I failed, if I succeed on you, no matter what they take from me. All right. Come on, football. Let's get to the action, big baby. Yeah, when did I stop my screen share? Okay, let me get back to. Oh, I'm trying to make grits. I know I was doing something. I didn't get back to my grits. The baby woke up. I had to grab the baby, console him. Okay, dude, you're up. Okay, you're up. Let me get your little iPad thing. You dig? And let me make my grits. I didn't eat yet. It's almost time's almost 3 o'clock. Come on, Yogi. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on.
Dallas lead gets the football back. You're back in the second half action. Jets and Lions. Someone going to try and make a wild card playoff push at the end of this game. So we went to the golf numbers. Wilson finished up 18, 185 yards. Touchdown, 2 USALA. So 2 sacks in that first half. And people coming into it, okay, Dak Wilson, Jared Goff, provided quarterback advantage for Detroit. Didn't turn out that way in the first half. Dak Wilson really played better and better as time went on. But the Jared Goff played just the number reflected there. Dak Wilson showing his potential in the first half.
Okay, I got it. Bye.
By the way, we just got the ruling overturned in the New Orleans Taylor, they said out of bounds has exception to about session. I thought that both linebackers came on that play. But how about the catch by Cox? Just snatched it out of the air and just fight. Attempted Johnson there with Deshaun Elliott. Cox wrestled it away. First down for the Jets. First catch of the
All right, let's get some chats in now. I can't make grits because I can't find the damn butter. Got my butter. Come.
Oh boy, Zach Wilson. Bad pass. Turnover Lions. See if they can capitalize. Start of the third quarter here. Eagles and Bears. Boston Scott taken from his own end line. And he's over the right side. He's got a man to beat. Can he get the angle? They get him down, but not until Boston Scott with a 58-yard second half opening kickoff return there to put the Eagles into Bears territory instantly. Lions live on the left side of the screen, little flat pass here, and DeAndre Swift get out of bounds maybe after a 1-yard gain. Lions in the red zone after the Zach Wilson to get.
Let's get back to the game, baby.
Red zone. 17 yards.
Let's get back to the game, baby. Dang. Let's get back to the game, baby. I'll place Sarnetta on 1 minute chest, bullet chest only. Oh, that was cute. That was very, very cute. That was very, very cute. That was very, very, very cute. Very, very, very cute. Thank you. Thank you. You big dummy. You big dummy. You big dummy.
squad box. 4 of the 6 games going on. Upper left-hand corner, Pittsburgh is now inside the red zone. See if they get the first down there. Upper right-hand corner, Kansas City in the red zone. Short run for Jeremy.
No, sir. That's mine. 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 Yeah, that's mine too. That's mine too. Yeah. Oh, I blew that. I threw that pawn too far up, and that was a terrible move by me, man. That was a terrible move I just did. I would have lost the game anyway because I had no time. But that was a terrible. Why move that 2 squares, man? That's the wrong pawn, 2 squares. That was dumb. That's just not thinking. Just not thinking. Nothing more, nothing less. Nothing more, nothing less. Just not thinking. Just not thinking. Nothing more, nothing less.
Back to a triple box. The Jacksonville-Dallas game has just taken a commercial timeout. You're not missing anything.
Nothing more or nothing less. Just not thinking.
Looks like the Pittsburgh Steelers are going to have a first down, but not a touchdown.
Oh my God, I had the queen. Why didn't I take the queen? Oh my God, I had the queen and didn't take it. That is funny. And I left hold on, I had his queen again? Yo, I am terrible, man. I am terrible. Okay, give me the queen. Give me the queen. Did I lose enough? Did I lose enough? He's just trying to move fast, so I can lose. No. Bye-bye. Easy win for me. Easy win for me. LJ, I think everybody got turned off because I'm playing chess. So LJ, what you should do is go into the unbiased research group and then post your your live link in there or your channel and let everybody know you're going live there. Like these people got turned off at my chess games. So there's nobody here but just you and I. Matter of fact, LJ, put your channel link inside the description. I got somebody who wants to challenge you. So put your link inside the description right away. Put your channel link in the description. And when you go live, put that in the description. Put that, I say not description, put in the comments. Put your channel link inside the comments. And when you go live, put that link in the comments. There's somebody who does want to challenge you. So yes, you have opposition.
Eagles on the Bears. But that was
I put everybody to sleep with this chess game.
on the board. Boys, 24-10, the lead in Jackson. All right, Petra Brett here saw all the scoring in those games. He had 5 teams in the red zone simultaneously. Only 6 games active right now in the NFL.
That's what I thought. That's my dog. That's my dog. Oh my, what am I doing here, man? Oh my, I just did the dumbest things possible. But I might win this game. I won the game. Oh, I know he's mad. He's big mad. Because I was getting blown out. He was big mad. He was beating the hell out of me. And I won that game. I won that game too, baby. I got 20 more seconds. Yeah, if I get to 1600, I'm going to stream. Mhm. If I get to 1600, I'm going to scream. Listen, if I ever get to 1800, I can charge more money. My classes, by the way, significant amount of money. Okay. Okay. So I want to get to at least to the Eagles finally turned up on the Bears. Oh, never mind. I spoke too soon. I spoke too soon. He fumbled that ball. Wow. Wow. Oh, that was a great punch. He didn't fumble. He punched it out. That was a good pickup, fumble, and return. That was great. So I type 1-0 because in chess, after each game, you either win or you lose. There's only 1 point a winner. There's no point for a loser. And if you can split the points, that's a draw. So my name is actually 1-0. So I'm like, my name is bragging that I'm up 1 to their 0. Okay. So I'm reminding him, he wanted to do a rematch. I'm reminding him in the chat, I said 1-0. And he's saying, yeah, like I'm let him know I'm up 0. No, that's my name, 1-0. Get up out of here. Get about it. But you see, I'm playing people above my level. That's the golden chess. The golden chess is not to play somebody below you. The credit is to beat somebody above you, not below you. That was a big win right. The Eagles turnovers got the Bears back in the game. 2 turnovers. Jalen Hurts threw a pick and a fumble. Sanders got the Bears within 1 score, winning the game. Mid third quarter, a little higher than mid third quarter. And Jalen Hurts got rocked up the middle. He took a quarterback sneak up the middle. Pretty good run. Yeah, Jalen Hurts is a low-key great runner quarterback as well. He's a great runner. Oh, the Jaguars scored. The Jaguars back in there. I didn't know they was back in the game.
Here's the next play for the Dallas Cowboys on 2nd and 18. It's Dak Scott.
Oh, Dak threw a pick, a red zone pick. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you right now, I am not convinced of Dak Prescott at all. He's an average quarterback. The boy from the Chargers is better than Dak. Herbert. Dak is an average quarterback. He's on the same level as Kyle Murray. You dig? Average quarterback. I mean, just when I say average, just good. That's it. Just good. Just good. Damn. The Jaguars, yeah, if they win this game, that's embarrassing. Yeah, they were getting manhandled first half. Dak, he's just not the quarterback. And this is a great team with a decent quarterback. I know Russell Wilson wish he was on Dallas as opposed to Denver. Yeah, I would love to see a straight up trade. Dak Prescott for Russell Wilson. But Dak got more youth in his legs, so I doubt that would happen. Or how about Lamar Jackson for Dak Wilson? I think that's a great head up trade. Lamar Jackson would have these Cowboys like probably tied with the Eagles. they both be 13-1.
And the Texans recovered. See, he lost control of the ball, trying to pin it against his body with his elbow. But
yeah, the Kansas City turned the ball over again. Yeah, that's crazy.
Which would give them the lead.
That's crazy, man. I'm telling you, Kansas City can't get out their own way.
And the Texans both trying to pull off upsets in their respective games. Incomplete pass, and the Texans.
They can't get, and they got a pass interference call just now. Kansas City cannot get out their own way, man. They just turnover prone. Just unforced turnovers.
They're gesturing towards Kansas City.
Pass interference, 1st and goal on the 10-yard line or 15-yard line. Around that one. Red zone guaranteed.
The referee in charge.
Like they can't get out there. So they turn the ball over with a fumble and then a pass interference because these sorry ass cornerbacks cannot play defense. Like, when I was playing football growing up, I never played like that. I grabbed you. I just try to keep step with you. Trevor Lawrence just threw a pick. He threw a touchdown pass.
We mentioned it earlier. Teams with AC
Let me change his diaper. while I'm here. And they can't even sack this motherfucker. Can't see so damn sorry. God damn, you can't sack this quarterback ain't mobile.
27-10. Jacksonville has stormed back. Both sides of the ball. We got
Let me change the diaper.
The interception really got to go on the pressure, and then Rayshon 50 penalties decline. Illegal contact number 22. That penalty will be accepted. 5 yards automatic. First down. So they got Willie Gay on one, shoving a receiver to the outside. Here's Dorsett in the middle of the field. They're going to get Thornhill with illegal contact past the 5 yards, but it looked like looks like Dorsett ran into him. I don't know about you, Ken. It looked like Dorsett ran into him, but all in favor of the Texans. Bills under center, first and goal. Freeman, block by Central, block by Howard, throw right there, top left, got him, Saunders helped make it to the play. 4 second and goal. Let's show you the Atlanta Falcons. They're going to go to a little gadget play here. Try a reverse pass, and Desmond Ritter, the rush is going to get home if you wait. That's got to be a quick hitter once you get the ball in a slow developing play like that. And it wasn't a quick hitter unless you were one of the New Orleans Saints defenders. Quarterback sack go down in the book. Actually, it might not be a sack in the stat. You go reverse pass, even though he's a quarterback. We'll check it. Got it. He got out of bounds by Legarius Sneed on a gain of 2 to the 8th, third and goal for the Texans. For those of you who have fantasy implications of that game, it is a quarterback sack for the Saints defense because not because Ritter was a quarterback even, but because Ritter set up the pass in the backfield. Even if he was a wide receiver, that would still count as a quarterback sack. It's been a struggle. Davis goes for the third and goal. Full start. 78. Offense. 5-yard penalty. Third down. Comes it on here's the bottom. He blocked it back a little bit early. The Jackson offense has not converted when facing 3rd and 11 or longer this season. They've gone 0 of 28. They've got a 3rd and goal at the 13. Chiefs with 5 in the secondary. The quarterback is Davis Mills. Tunsil block. Mills. Flag. Touchdown. Aiken. Well, it's going to be right in the same direction of where we're watching. So it's either push up contact, number 50, defense, or leave us out. 13 yards to take the lead. There in the middle. See, there was contact there past the 5-yard rule. 8 to 10 yards upfield. They still give the Texans credit. They have come to play, and they have the lead in the second half against Kansas City. Chicago is hanging with the Philadelphia Eagles. With that rush right there, Justin Fields has gone over 1,000 yards rushing at the quarterback position. The single-season quarterback rushing record held by Lamar Jackson in just recent years is within shouting distance for Justin Fields in his terrific sophomore season here. And then shortly after that, they go end around to Velus Jones, and the ball goes loose. And Hassan Reddick, who has been making big plays for the Eagles defense, comes up with the fumble recovery. So that's the story of the Bears season. Fields makes special type plays and does things to get their team in position, and then the rest of the supporting cast can't live up to that expectation. And so, therefore, the Eagles have the football back here, 2nd and 9 now in Chicago territory. On that run game that Philadelphia used to get the plays. Hurts under pressure. Jalen Hurts is set. Hurts got there to finish him off. And now the fumble recovery was in Eagles territory, so this is the play that actually put them over the 50. Jalen Hurts over the middle. A.J. Brown running free, and the Bears secondary gets out of bounds after a 20-yard gain. That's A.J. Brown's fourth catch for 74 yards. Hurts passing 12 of 21, not great completion percentage, 181, and he's got those 2 interceptions so far, but 2 rushing touchdowns for Hurts is why we're sitting here at 17-13 Philly. Two things they haven't done. We're double boxing in. You're going to see a replay. Pass interference on a deep shot against Pittsburgh. Will give a first and goal to Carolina. Any score on this drive for the Panthers. This is in the fourth quarter, mind you. This game is just gone very quickly between Carolina and Pittsburgh. Any score here will make it a one-possession game in Charlotte. We got them double boxed here. Eagles getting in the huddle, so here we are live full Carolina. Yeah, first and goal forward right side. It is Roberts. Whistle and a timeout called. Hey, a one-on-one situation on that backside. It's really 33 versus 11. There's nobody else there. You saw Kenneth Gainwell come in motion, one motion. That left those two guys there by themselves. You don't hear Jalen Johnson's name mentioned for the best corners in football, but there are a lot of reasons to think that you should. And today's another example of that. I have more opportunities the next couple of weeks. You listed the guys that are coming up down the stretch, and if he can play at this level for those games, holy cow. Silver Commit was open, but it's complete. He had a couple guys were thrown there. Panthers and Steelers have gone to a TV timeout. You're not missing anything on the Carolina goal to go. Meanwhile, late blitz up the middle gets home. Atlanta's Rashaan Evans drops Dalton in a hard way, and that'll force a punt back to the Falcons. Falcons down by 11 in the early fourth quarter action in that game. All right, waiting on the Panthers to come back out of break here. So we'll stay here with Chicago's snap on 2nd and 10 from the 33. Second down and 10. Take that as on the bubble. 3rd and 10. Now we see a couple of these. This is the second one today, and I know it's kind of the zone read on type of offense, but you still need to throw off the platform. And there's been a couple of times today with that quick little screen pass to the outside that you kind of get caught in an awkward situation with your base because of your run fake, and you're not throwing off a sound platform. This is where the Eagles have really been able to see off of it. There's shots that come out. Big picture, we're waiting on the Panthers to come out of a commercial break. That one is an 11-point difference between the Panthers and the Steelers. 6 games going on. 4 of them are one-possession games. Jets, Lions, both teams trying to make a wild card push. Kansas City trailing in a one-possession game in Houston. Chiefs trying to clinch the AFC West. Dallas in a one-possession game in Jacksonville. Cowboys trying to clinch the playoffs. And the Eagles, the number 1 seed in the NFC, at Chicago in a one-possession game. Games going to the fourth quarter, finishing the third quarter. It is time for the witching hour.
Yeah, Tennessee scored again. The whole time I thought I was on mute in the background, screaming like that.
The division titles and playoff berths, and the Carolina Panthers with a chance to run the table and win the NFC South. They can't do that unless they win this game here today.
Smith. Hey, I want the watcher to look at my 1-minute bullet rating. So the watcher, we played twice under your rules. A 10-minute game. Now you got to play me. I'm challenging you to play me under my conditions. All right. I played under your terms and conditions. 10 minutes, whatever. I'm challenging the watcher to play me under my terms and conditions. 1 minute game. As the watcher, I don't think you got lucky against the first game with me. I seen your rating and took you for granted, and you got an awkward style. But I challenge you to bring that awkward style to 1 minute chess. I'm guaranteeing you, I will checkmate you every game. You won't have time. Your time won't run out. I don't think you will have enough in you to withstand my attacks. I think you'll be made in every game. These guys I'm beating now, right here, this game right here, I'm beating this guy. This is checkmate, by the way. A bishop checkmate. That's ugly. Yeah, this checkmate ain't ugly right here. A bishop checkmate. That's an ugly checkmate, man. That's an ugly in a good way. It's beautiful. I won a 1 minute game with the watcher.
Panthers Falcons game where he missed an extra point.
I got some tricks to try on you to watch it. The same way I'm trying tricks out on the Hebrew Israelites, these verses in the Bible. I got some tricks on you. In this chess match, I got to try on you to see if they work against people my level.
A little closer to the Steelers.
The Jaguars about to try to take the lead. Yo, the Cowboys are trash, yo. They got to fire. You see, so Jay would never. Lamar for Dak. Hey, might as well. They don't want to play Lamar. They don't want to pay. I think Jerry will feel more comfortable paying Lamar than Dak. I want anybody for that division to win it but Tampa Bay. I do not want to see Tampa Bay in the playoffs.
Already out of the game with a neck injury, so some injuries today for this Dallas D.
So now I put one song on the iPad. It's supposed to be automatic, next song. Now instead of shit stops. I be hating that, man. If I got them all riled up and dancing, they leave me alone. What do they want? Some challenge.
Potentially, if they get this extra point. Tell you, these running backs, they don't shy away from contact. They actually go. I think they're going to line up to go for two to make it.
Oh wow, the Bears are still in range against the
just had this
Eagles.
Their own end zone. The Philadelphia Eagles little slip screen. The Devontae Smith at the wide receiver slithers his way.
Now,
first down. It is a 2-point conversion. And no matter what happens here, all 6 games are now 1-possession games as we're into the fourth quarter or into the third quarter in all 6 contests. Stops. Jordan, straight up the gut. Jordan's pleading his case already to the officials. They're here. Yeah, he gets it. Yeah, no, I understand he's going to say he disengaged. He did a good job of disengaging, but as soon as you twist or pull and the official sees the face mask or helmet move in a fashion that you don't expect it to move, typically going to call that. It's a frustrating one for Jordan, but it's the right call, and it'll be another opportunity. Their defense needs to make a stand. One of their stars needs to step up. Offense from throw.
Okay. What I missed? I can't stand this damn.
Just uncovers. Zay Jones, 3 touchdowns scored today for Jacksonville.
Wow, Zay Jones.
Marvin Jones has scored for Jacksonville, undoubtedly putting a bee in the bonnet of Dallas Cowboys owner.
I'm watching the game as I play chess.
For what it's worth, Jags actually have another Jones on their team, Tim Jones, right? Tim Jones is available, but Zay's got this one so far. The hat trick for Zay Jones.
I'm leading off with the Queen's Pawn. And this ain't my strongest offense. Like I'm drifting to the Queen's Gambit. I play the King's Gambit, but I want to teach my students the Queen's Gambit. So I'm oh, he messed up. He messed up. He messed up big time. Move. I said move. Okay, I said move, right? Good. 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 Yeah. Move. I want everybody to move. When I move, you move just like that. Really? You can do that? Oh, you want to go there? Oh, really? You trying to do me like that? Okay. Oh, let me get that. Let me get that too. You can have mine. You can have mine. Extends that ball across the goal line. Yeah, this game's over. Why waste my time? You know you're gonna be mine. You know you're gonna be mine. You can move fast all you want. Why waste my time? You know you're gonna be mine. Check. You know you're gonna be mine. Why waste my time? You know, yeah, you quit, coward. Quit, coward. Quit, coward. And quit, you coward. Yeah, I start singing when I know I'm gonna win that song. Why waste my time? You know, you're going, yeah. That's right. Get out of here. Give me those points. Waste my time. I'm trying to move fast. Give me that. Give me that. Oh, really? You some slick stuff, some slick, tricky. Oh, got him. Oh, no. I said got him. I said I got him. I said I got him. Move. Ooh, nice. Let me come down here. Uh-oh. Why I waste my time? You know you're going to be. Why? Yeah. Oh, nice one. Nice one, because you were done, my boy. You were done. You still lost, though. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Yeah, goodbye. This game's over. Yeah. Whatever. Yeah. Check. Yeah. Okay. This game's over. The watch knows that. Quick. Sorry, the rematch. Get out of here. Rematch. Take that L and get out of here. Game in Jacksonville. 3-point game here in Jersey with the Jets. Wasting my time. Buckle up. If I get to 1600, I'm going to scream like a little 2-year-old. We're into the fourth quarter. Jamal Williams now. That's gonna be about. I'm gonna say about 9 more games. It's gonna take me to get there. No, I'm lying. It's gonna take about. Wait. If I get 8 points per win, coming back here to the Steelers game, and I need 27 points. Yeah, I would say about. Deontay Johnson hits the brakes and spun back to the left because he had to do that to gain the line to gain. Yeah, not about 4 or 5 games. 3rd and 18, and they could. I'll be 1600. I'm gonna scream like a little 2-year-old. Make the Panthers. You did. Timeouts.
No, you know what?
If I get to 1600, I'm going to scream.
Goal there, and it's still a 3-point
Yeah,
game.
the Cowboys are actually
And
losing.
Lions. This is going to be
I would have never. They're actually losing the game after blowing them out. And the Eagles ain't put out the Bears just yet. That's embarrassing for the Eagles. I mean, like the Eagles. Listen, the Eagles have been showing room for doubt. Everybody whoops on the Bears. Everybody scores 1,000 points on the Bears. Let me say that. And for the Eagles that can't put up points on the Bears, that's very concerning for Eagles fans. Yeah, they are all over the Eagles, yeah. And Kansas City defense is the fucking worst. Well, no, Miami defense is the worst. But Kansas City defense is getting up there with it. As far as the worst. All right, so now I just destroyed Tony G, 1985, 1550 rated player, the watcher. And one, I beat him in 30 seconds. I destroyed him in 30 seconds. I want the watcher to come experience some of this strength. This 1 minute strength from Abias Sports in a game of chess. 1 minute chess, my boy. Now, I played a couple of my friends, 10 minutes, and some of them win, some lose, and they be talking trash. But yo, 10 minutes is your strength, not mine. Yeah, that's like challenging Usain Bolt to a 400 meter race. It's like, you do know he's a sprinter, right? 100 meter, possibly 200 meter. You know he's not a 400 meter runner, right? That's like challenging Usain Bolt to an 800 meter race and then beat him and talk shit. It's like, his strength is 100 and then 200, right? Well, on Bias Sports, my strength is 1 minute, not 10 minutes.
Third down coming up.
So my boy like barely edged me out on a 10-minute game at chess. He was talking trash. I'm like, my boy, that's like Usain Bolt racing an 800 meter race, right? That's like way out of my element. I'm a fast, quick, decisive thinking person. I'm extremely brilliant. No, I'm joking. I'm a fast, quick thinker on my feet. I'm very decisive on my feet. Because that's what 1 minute chess represents. It represents a fast, quick thing. That means I can process a lot in a little bit of time. Okay? Other regular mortals like the watcher needs 10 minutes to process a lot in a little bit of time. Or I'm gonna say process a lot. So for the watcher to process a lot, he needs 10 minutes. For Bias Sports to process a lot, I need 1 minute. I am superior. Nah, I'm joking. But I can talk like that though. Because I'll be stooping down and play guys in the 10-minute chess. Sometimes I might win, I might lose. But let these guys play me in 1 minute chess. I will probably beat them one, and not just the watcher, but my friends too. I would probably beat them 100 games in a row. I mean, this one guy, I ain't gonna lie, no cap, he was beating the hell out of me. We were playing in DJ Focus's barbershop. There's one dude, cool dude, cool street dude. He was beating he was jail. He got his information in chess and jail. He was beating the living shit out of me. I couldn't win no game. So I was like, but again, this is damn, what sport is that when you use somebody's strength against themselves? Tie, what that shit called? But in chess, it's that as well. He beat me like, but because we're playing, damn, the Eagles missed the field goal. Because we're playing no time game, that one game can last about an hour and a half. So he won every game, but it wasn't a lot because each game was an hour and a half or damn near 45 minutes at the very least. So we might have played 2 games that he crushed me. So I'm like, yeah, man, you got me at that. I said, because I'm not really a slow playing person in chess. I'm actually a fast player in chess. I could bring my chess clock out and just for a challenge, challenge me to a speed game. So I explained him how to use a chess clock a couple times. We went over it, we practiced before he used it. And I said, all right, let's play. I beat the living shit out of him way worse than he beat me, the watcher. He beat me handily. He beat me handily, like convincingly, without time. Once I put that clock on, and this was 5-minute chess. I didn't do 1 minute. I did 5-minute chess. I beat him like he never played chess before, bro. I beat him way worse than he beat me. Oh, touchdown, the Cowboys. Okay. But you still put the game-winning drive in the Jaguars' hand, and I think Trevor Lawrence got the necessary tools to win. He's done it before. I got to keep refreshing my browser because Safari doesn't keep up on the live comment chat. So I got to keep refreshing to see if somebody says something. Or I can go to Chrome, but I'm already using the Chrome to watch the game. Okay. Yeah, at one point I was able to eat all fish. I was able to eat all fish, all of it. But as I got in my 40s, like the fishy taste, like the bluefish, the trout, the salmon, I still would eat it here and there because I love fish, but it would make me nauseous. I'm talking about the first bite of salmon gets me nauseous. The first bite of bluefish, kingfish, it gets me nauseous. Fishy, big fishy gets me nauseous now. Shit weird. I used to love this stuff growing up.
They're going to make sure no body part was down. Those replays we just saw looked clean.
All right, let's go. Let's get the game.
This is what got them right.
Okay, the goal is 6. Hey, chat, get behind me. 1600, baby. Pray for me if y'all religious.
Second-year quarterback to rookie wide receiver.
Okay, hold on.
On top of it, they declined it.
Okay.
It was a 33-yard pass. And that
okay, what's up?
What's up? By Wilson, still being under review there. Look who's knocking on the door. The Texans.
Let's go.
To spoil Kansas City's AFC West championship party. There are boxes of T-shirts.
Yeah. No. Let me hold that.
It's in the stadium there in Houston with the Kansas City Chiefs.
Let me hold that.
Just minutes away from.
Let me hold that too. Oh, I can't hold that. Damn.
AFC West championships, one of the most dominant
division
runs
in
modern NFL.
No. Let me hold that. Okay, let's see. Oh no. Okay, let me hold that. Okay, cool. We good. Let me hold that. Come on. Yes, sir. Yes. Okay, come on. Got you. No. Yes, sir. Come on. No. Okay, go. Oh, I lost. Let's see. Hey, I'm out of. Yeah, he got me. I lost this one. Shit. How'd I get over there? Yeah, I lost this one. He got me. I had him double pawns. I know I was gonna lose. I can't win this. I can't even get a stalemate. It's game time. All right, I'm gonna ask for a rematch because I had this one. Actually, I never had this one. My pawn structure was ugly, and I helped him out. I let his knight take my bishop. But he's a higher rated player than me. He's supposed to win. That's what chess goes.
down. At the
Oh
end
yes,
of the
oh yes,
play.
oh yes, oh yes. This is the defense I teach in my chest pass. Not me do that though.
Body weight went on top of him. That right
Hmm.
leg stiffening up on him, and there was holding against the Bears.
Oh
So
really? You want to try to checkmate me, sir? Get up out of here.
we're tied. 24-24. Kyrie Fairbairn puts it through the sticks, and Patrick Mahomes is going to get it with 5 minutes and 11 seconds remaining to try and clinch a division title in Houston.
He had some cramping going on in that game, and it seemed to.
They picked up another flag earlier too. On a drop by Watson earlier.
Oh, I let him do that, man. I sat there and let him do it. I seen the whole thing coming. Oh, what?
Waiting on the review of the Zach Wilson touchdown. I felt like it was 10 minutes ago, but incomplete pass on 3rd and 14 for Fields. Wait for the goal line. Oh, third down. Wow.
You might lose this game time before me.
Greg Rolstad with the announcement that they're taking the touchdown off the board. Must have said a body part went down or his momentum had been sufficiently stopped.
Great job by replay to overturn that short of the.
Boom, 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 boom.
But after I watched it again on replay, the left elbow, as Gene pointed out, was down.
Move.
Ball clearly behind. There's the elbow down. And you see
Let me hold that. That was a horrible move.
behind the elbow was down. I think they did an excellent job.
No, 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 no.
The Jets are going
Let me go right here.
to huddle up here
Let me hold that.
on a 3rd and goal.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let me hold that. Uh-huh. Bye-bye. This game's over. This game's over. Yeah, back up. This game's over. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. This game's over. Uh-huh. Come on. Come on. Come on. He won because of time. Wow. I blew that one. This off time. That's crazy. That was my game right there. That was my game. I don't know why I didn't get the queen. He moved the king off the square and I didn't get the queen. So he called my bluff.
The Jets going to the lead.
That's crazy. That was an easy win for me, man. Easy win.
Right down the middle. On its way, straight enough, long enough. It's the future. The Carolina Panthers. That's almost ball game for the New Orleans Saints getting a huge first down. Justin Fields, as you've seen, walking off the sideline. He's going into the locker room. We don't have an official report. Just based on him carrying the Gatorade jug right there, might be a cramping situation. He could be going into the locker room to get an IV. If we find that out for sure, we'll pass it along to you. But a tough situation in Chicago, trailing by 4 midway through the fourth quarter, to the touchdown to take the lead. 31, and Atlanta's going to burn their final timeout. The Saints, the best Atlanta can do is probably get it back with less than 20 seconds remaining, depending on how long the plays are for the Atlanta Falcons. Well, we are tied up. We see some Mahomes magic to clinch a division championship. For the rookie out of records.
Well, that's what the Chiefs have to understand. You have all 3 timeouts. It's just under 5 minutes left in this game. You need to be smart, make good decisions, secure the football, and get yourself into position. So, number one, what you'd like to do is get points, obviously, and take the lead. But you'd also like to use it so you're not leaving the tent.
Jacksonville on a 3rd and 5, which is crucial on the minus side of the 2-minute warning. Inside pass, and it's caught. Christian Kirk and the Jags keep the drive alive.
That game pissed me off. I ain't gonna lie. Okay, so now I'm making a big mistake. I'm not looking at my opponent's moves anymore. So I'm not playing defense. I'm making my moves. I'm not watching his moves at all. I'm so focused on my plan. I'm not trying to understand his plan. And it's costing me games over and over and over. Now he clearly put the queen with the rook, and I don't even respond to that. That's a checkmate at one. And I'm too busy trying to attack the queen. I lost what he's trying to do. So that was a goofy loss by me. So I lost so much. I'm playing bums again. That loss pissed me off, man. I ain't gonna lie. The Cowboys are going to let the Jaguars march all the way down the field, kick a game time field goal, and the Jaguars will win in overtime with a game winning field goal. I called it first. I know how these weak defenses coordinators, these insecure defense coordinators play, and let them just catch, tie the game up, and then they eventually lose. Yeah, I can't believe I fell for this, bro. I can't believe I fell for this shit, bro. I can't believe I fell for this.
2 minutes left to go. The Lions will have the lead. Zach Wilson's
I'm back in the game.
with a 2-minute drill.
I'm back in the
What
game.
a play design by Dan Campbell, Deuce Staley, and the offensive coaching staff of the Lions. Get the tight end wide open.
Best I goes for
before the
stalemate.
catch. Run, go ahead, score. Jacksonville down by 3, 35 seconds remaining. One timeout to their credit, needing about 20, 25 yards to get into field goal range. The
Best I hope for is
Cowboys
still
will
late.
clinch the playoffs if they can close out this last 35 seconds.
Yeah, that was a terrible play by me. That was terrible. Now, at this point, this is why I throw the term chest out. So I played so many games today that now I could be possibly I could have shot my load as far as computing, like trying to make a great move. I'm possibly could be playing where I'm just making moves to make moves at this point, I think. Okay, because I'm not really calculating anymore. I'm just reacting. I'm just going because it might go, and I'm moving fast because it's a time game. I'm clearly not making my best move. I'm not like planning my moves. I'm not even figuring out the traps. I'm just moving because it's my go. All right, so the Cowboys are gonna get a lucky win. This game's over.
Make it about a 51-yard kick for Harrison Butker to potentially win the game, which would clinch the AFC West for the Chiefs for the 7th straight season. Here we go.
That was a quick game. The Kansas City kicker is terrible, bro. Yeah, their field goal kicker is terrible. That's his second. He missed the extra point field goal, by the way.
Meanwhile, here comes a 3rd and 19 for Zach
That's
Wilson. They let the
terrible.
ball down. You would expect if they don't get it, but they get it anyway.
That's terrible.
Just when they need
Terrible,
it,
man.
just like the Jets are still alive, dude. They're going to let the clock run here. They have all 3 timeouts, but they're going to let it clock down to around 1 minute left before they get this next snap off. Veteran player. He's down is making plays at push under a minute to go. Wilson steps up. Sidearm toss. Bounces in the direction of Barrios. Incomplete. Pressure from C.J. Moore on the play. Well, the Kansas City kick goes wide right. And, well, just like the World Cup final earlier today, we're going to extra time between the Texans and the Kansas City Chiefs. Congratulations worldwide to fans of Argentina. What a thrilling win in the World Cup final that happened just right before we came on the air here on NFL Red Zone Week 15. Okay, they're putting 12 seconds back on the game clock in the Jacksonville-Dallas game. Here comes your 2nd and 10 for the Jets. Good for Jared Wilson.
Oh no! I almost made a big mistake. Thank you. Check.
Short on the first down. That was the initial call. Now the chain gang has moved. And they're going to give it to him. 2 set of downs with 30 seconds left. Wilson airing it out. Incomplete. He's looking for Barrios.
Yo, did I really just do that? Okay, fine, whatever. I get it right back. I get it right back.
Similar to what the Jets needed to do with the Von Ross St. Brown.
Do I get it back? Yeah, I get it back. Check. I get it back. I get it back. Check. Come on. Dummy. You big dummy.
There's no reason to press here.
You big dummy. Check. Get out of here. Yo, what? Where my time goes? Where my time goes? Wait a minute.
Clock management for the Jets, not using a timeout and burning about an extra.
Wow. I went there thinking I checked them.
Timeout after the sack. Here's
Oh, okay. I was supposed to move the rook up to check and then move the queen down there. I was supposed to go the rook on F3. That was supposed to go to F2 check, and my queen goes to C4 checkmate. I went there too early. I did that too early. That was a bad move.
And so the Jags are going to get a shot. And guess who's not going away? Justin Fields. He's back out of the locker room, back onto the playing field, and back making
Oh! Yo, Justin Fields just did some Lamar Jackson mixed with Josh Allen type stuff and threw a touchdown. That was crazy. Yo, they are so afraid of this dude running. They left a receiver wide open in the end zone. And Justin Fields hit him up. Yeah, this dude Fields, if he keeps playing like that, I'm telling you, he's going to be the best quarterback in the NFL in 2 or 3 years. He's like Russell Wilson revamped. Yeah, I think I shot my load. I'm playing really bad. I'm playing really bad. And that game right there is my game I lost.
It's been really fun.
And now I'm going back on ratings. My ratings going back. I'm playing the Prince Defense again. I teach this in my class, Prince Defense. This is the experience, basically. But now just defers to Castle, that's all.
The Jets are down by 3.
I'm playing a bum who's taking forever. Like, he forgot it's a time game. Now, look at the time disadvantage I got of this stupid.
The Lions play is over. The Jets talking to the officials that there should be 1 second left. It is up.
Yeah, this guy is so desperate to beat me.
That means 2 games are going to
He got a
overtime.
queen and everybody lined up on me. This guy, you blow it right there, dude. You blow it. You blow it.
And while Jets getting it in the long
You blow it.
field goal range, which would send this game to overtime.
You blew it, dude. You blew it.
I don't know if we've ever had in the 14-year history of the NFL.
You blew it.
Red
That's
Zone,
mine. You blew it.
3 games in the early window go to overtime simultaneously.
You blew it.
The Jets make this game.
Yeah, good.
That's
You realize you blew it.
what we will have. Greg,
And he quit,
the
you
leg
stupid coward. You blew it.
to tie us up at 20.
They send these peons to me, man. Go get your balls.
Trying to tie the game. Tennessee to snap it, man to hold it. Zerline.
That's mine. Yo, who are these guys?
A damaging loss for the Jets. And they fall rushing for the Jets. Exultation for the Lions, who have had their hearts broken multiple times this season. The Detroit Lions have won 6 of their last 7. The first time they've done that since 2014. That's Tails. Tails is the ball. Heads. That's no way to shoot the ball on this end of the game.
Yeah. You know what's coming. You know what's coming. Let me hold that. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
They're promoting what's coming up. This is the broadcast of overtime.
Shit.
Kansas City at Houston.
I'm gonna get out of this one.
Get the ball first, so we are not
can't.
into sudden death at this point. You see the down and
Don't take that rook. Don't take that rook. Don't take that rook. Don't take that rook.
We've got a couple of afternoon games are already kicking off. Raiders
Don't
hosting
take
the
that rook.
Patriots, Broncos hosting the Cardinals. We'll
Don't
get to
take
that
that rook.
action. The drama here in overtime and
Don't
the
take
drama
that
in
rook.
overtime in Jacksonville is our priority.
Here we go. For the drop off.
Don't take that rook. Don't take that rook. Thank you for the queen, sir. I'll take it. I'm losing. I gotta take it. Oh, take my rook. Ah, I had no time, man. I was beating the hell out of this guy. No time. Had no time, man. All right, let's move quickly. That time killing me.
We'll keep it here with the
That time
Chiefs.
is killing me,
Just wanna
bro.
let you
I
know,
gotta move fast.
Philadelphia and Chicago have gone
I
to
gotta
the
move
2-minute
fast.
warning
That time killing me.
TV timeout. The Eagles
Okay.
have the ball, 3rd
This
and
guy's in a
6.
rush.
If Philly gets a first down, it's ball game. If Philly
This
can't
guy's
convert
in a
the
rush.
3rd and 6, the Bears
This guy's
get
in a
one
rush.
more shot
This
at
guy's in
winning
a
the
rush.
game late in the
This
fourth
guy's in
quarter.
a
That
rush.
game's in a commercial break. You're not missing anything.
This guy's in a
in
rush. No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. No. Okay, whatever. Yeah. You need help over there. You need help over there, my boy. That's mine. That's mine. This thing over.
Here we
I'm
go.
not worried about that.
Morning
Come on.
timeout. Philadelphia, 3rd and 6. Chicago out of timeouts. A first down, and it's victory formation for the Eagles to send them to 13-1. If the Bears stop them, they'll have more football to still play. We're going to keep it in the double box here as Mahomes on a 3rd and 4, trying to get to field goal range or better in overtime. Takes the shotgun snap and looks, and he's going to get hit. He's going down. A sack for the Texans. Massive play there. They'll force a Kansas City punt. Here's the ball game for the Philadelphia offense if they can convert.
Nah. I don't want that. I don't want you, bro. Excuse me. I'll take it. Come on. Come on. Come on. No. I'll take it. Go ahead and quit. 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 Yeah. Go ahead. Okay. All right. Whatever.
King is under it. Fair shot on the flyer for 13 and a 42-yard punt. Jags and Cowboys go for time. The Chiefs and the Texans are in overtime currently.
No cheap wins here. So Kansas City 3 and out. They're gonna lose. Did the Jaguars tie the game? No, the Jaguars lost the game, I believe. The Cowboys. Yeah, Jalen Hurts is making big throws to seal this game versus the Bears. But it's another close loss for the Bears. They've been playing very well all year. Kansas City been playing terrible against bum teams. They lost to the worst team in football to coach, and they just lost to the Houston Texans. Or they're going to lose because they had 3 and out. Oh, the Cowboys are overtime. Wow, with the Jaguars. Yeah, so the Cowboys lost to the worse than the Chiefs because they had a commanding lead at half. The Chiefs are going to be embarrassing because they losing to the damn Texans. They can't really stop anybody, and their offense is staggered. The Houston Texans defense has been enough to stagger the Kansas City Chiefs. That's embarrassing. So Kansas City stripped the quarterback for the Texans, and they're in field goal range already, but their field goal kicker missed 2 kicks. They missed a kick to win the game, and then they missed a kick, a field goal point after touchdown field goal. They missed that one. So Kansas City is not really going to rely on this kicker to win the game. They're going to try to go 3 plays and then kick a field goal only if they have to. But I wouldn't rely on that kicker either. That kicker is trash, bro.
Get a signal for Kansas City football. You still have got there. The ball came out there, and you saw that. All right, here's 3rd and long. 3rd and long.
The Cowboys got a chance. Hey, the Cowboys had a chance to stop the Jaguars. The Jaguars almost converted a 3rd and long. I mean, when it's a 3rd and long, yo, wait, I don't get NFL football teams. When it's a 3rd and long, they're going to throw a screen, a screen for running back. Screen for receiver. They're gonna throw a quick play, man. It seems like everybody's able to pull off a screen. Gets be weird, especially when you're at the end of your own. Kansas City won with a touchdown because they could not rely. This was McKinnon up the gut, straight to the middle. McKinnon touchdown because they could not rely on that kicker. They could not rely on that kicker to win this game. So they barely squeezed out an overtime win. I wouldn't be bragging too much. This team is the Houston Texans. Oh, they're worse than the Colts. They got 1 win for the season, and Kansas City won with a game-winning touchdown, and they're bragging and celebrating. My back. Come, you keep count. A little. He's doing it. Yeah, I'm trying to record him. I'm gonna try to record him fast. Where's the damn video?
Kansas City.
Where's the video option to the camera?
Bring
What
out the hats and
the
t-shirts.
fuck is this?
First of their goals accomplished. Now they're trying to.
Where's the video option?
Bills for the number 1 seed.
I'm
Trying to climb the
retarded.
mountain to get to an AFC and perhaps Super Bowl championship. Rama in Houston. Rama here in Jacksonville. First down Cowboys on a nifty pitch to Tony Pollard.
That's just fucking retarded, man. Where's the camera option for the damn the video? What the fuck? It just shows.
Executed much better.
It just shows the
Judge the speed.
It just shows camera. What is this? It's like throwing shit against the fucking ground, man. What's that about, man? Yeah, my back is. I didn't realize how sore my back is from playing chess. The back, my back right shoulder is like that. It's stiff. I couldn't do nothing physical right now. I couldn't help nobody move. I could not play football, basketball, anything using my right shoulder and arm. I couldn't use it.
This is a matchup of a 3-win Denver team, a 4-win Arizona team. It's Colt McCoy versus Brett Griffin at quarterback with the injuries. The two starters, both respective franchises, we can show you every touchdown from that one as well. Cowboys, Jags, next score wins. Big Sean Jenkins has yet another.
All right. Yo, what? Who's playing the second half? Who's playing the second half? No. You want to get up here? You're not coming up here to mess with my laptop. You got your iPad. You got your own iPad. You got your own phone. You don't need to do that. What game in the second half? Who's playing the second half? I might not even care for second half games. Denver, Arizona, trash. New England, LV, trash. Tennessee, Los Angeles, trash. And then 4 o'clock, Cincinnati and Tampa Bay. I'll watch that one. That's entertaining. Giants and Washington. I'll watch that one. Yeah, but the second half game is gonna be trash until Tampa Bay lines up with Tampa Bay lines up with Cincinnati. We trying to pull the sock off. He's so smart. He was trying one hand to pull the sock off, one hand pull the sock off, and he did 2 hands pull the sock off. Like, what baby knows? You know what? One hand ain't working. Let me try 2, and he pulled it off. Yeah. Oh, don't put your sock in my mouth. The Jaguars beat the Cowboys. West and Let me see what's in the news that I can play the background. Oh, Dak threw a wait, Dak Prescott threw an interception, pick six for the game-winning decision in overtime. Dak, I don't like Dak. He's good, but he's good, but not good enough to win the big games. Okay,